Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Okay, it's a bit. All right, well, that was the first time I saw that. Sorry it was so loud at the beginning. Um, ding ding. Market's open. What the fuck is happening with GameStop? Hold on. Oh, okay. Did anybody see that? I should have sold it. It was worth so much. So briefly. Rip Melvin. Rig shooting up. Oil's gonna rocket today. It's not a bit much. If you started at 9:25, like you're supposed to, it's only 1 minute. How dare you? Thank you. It's super dope, Fluffy. What was the random VWAP drop at close yesterday on GME, SPY, and others? I have no idea. It seems mostly meaningless. It could have been like the closing bid. Whatever it was, it corrected. Are you talking about this? This is just because when the day ends, VWAP does too. Average Joe Wohefe and Jake Gyllenhaal contributed pretty much all of it. Or Joey Gallinal. Uh, I need coffee. It's awesome. Thank you to Average Joe, Wohefe, and Joey. It's much appreciated, guys. Wheat not starting off very well. It's not a day trade. Why your call was up like that at open, right? You saw that? Okay, I wasn't losing my fucking mind. That was very strange, and it's still up from where it closed yesterday. I don't have my other brokerage open, otherwise I would have seen more contracts. And Cat is gonna go wild today. I fucking hope so. It's doing big ups right now. No, Sean, I only have 5 shares of GameStop. That's a lot of shares borrowed on Jimmy. Yeah, but it was also an equal number of shares returned to Fidelity. Not Bithead. Darth, go get yourself a coffee. Don't know where Bithead is for this PSA. Thank you, Darth. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. That was very strange. Hey, Rig doesn't get their oil from Russia, do they? Hmm. Short exempt shares was over 19K yesterday on GME. There was a lot of market maker shorting. Get to 1,000 likes and I'll have PiFi time me out. But it just descends into chaos when I start timing out the mods. Is there an oil futures ETF you like? Hmm. I can't remember the ticker for it. Per shares 3x crude is good, and the Horizons crude ETF. I think I've traded this one before, but it may not be available here. Not available on WeBull. Fuck, there's a Vanguard one that I like. I can't remember the name of it though. AMD actually looks pretty good for a bounce. It's very cheap right now. But you want a lot of time. This $100 level seems like a good entry, but the rest of the market would take it under. Yeah. What do you make of the theory that Melvin's longs dipped hard yesterday and could have been the start of liquidation? It's possible. XLE is good for tracking the sector. I don't know anything about it. Yeah, XLE is not bad. That's another one. Tesla dead. At least back to 774, maybe lower. Thoughts on the nickel trade reversions? I know it's a different exchange, but still a blatant fuck you to retail again. Get used to it. How are the FTDs looking for GME this week? Nothing notable. Tomorrow and the 10th have some notable FTDs. DM do some interesting stuff about the price of stainless. Stainless is about 8 to 10% nickel. Ooh. You just, Popcorn Trader, you just DM'd me secret nickel penis. You son of a bitch. I'll never not click it. I know what it's gonna be. What happened to the predicted run? It got to 99. What predicted run? Seriously, I didn't predict a run yesterday. Are you talking about OPEX? They haven't cleared it. They haven't covered a goddamn thing. 420 likes away from timing out a mod. At testing 205. It's looking good. Thoughts on RC's Ventures? I wrote a DD about it. I guess the biggest conclusion is that it seems particularly well timed, along with the announcement for GameStop's earnings last night, and Ryan Cohen's buy-ins on peak FTD days. All of it seems suspiciously well timed, actually. It's interesting. I think he's trying to apply more pressure to the same group of short sellers. With earnings on the 17th, do you see short hedge funds trying to get out in front of things by covering boof to OPEX exposure before futures exposure to preempt doing so in a potential earning run? They fucking should. But can they? That's what we're trying to figure out, is have they failed? If they have, then they can't, right, Dominic? Did you take a look at any of the Melvin failed margin call posts on SS? I don't really read anything over there anymore because it's full of shit. There's people in there who think they are mods. I'm king of the mods. Ban them. Okay, thanks for your opinion, Paul Waller. Is it safe to say they're trying to keep us down for earnings, then use that to explain the run? That's possible. Market is sad. XRT, DDS, etc. are doing okay. Seems bullish. I'm still kind of bullish on my fucking random $200 calls shooting up to $400 this morning. I know people get busy, but I wonder about the day-to-day lives of the ones who come in here and ask you questions that have been answered for a week, both in stream and in writing, many times. Missed out on Moulin big ups. Good for you, man. Just because I'm not trading it doesn't mean you can't. I'm not your fucking financial advisor. Any thoughts on earnings being a week earlier than expected? Why are they a week? They're not a week earlier than expected. They're a week earlier than their old earnings schedule. They're actually a week later than they've been for the last 3 quarters. Like you said before, it looks like Citadel themselves are the ones that are short the whole retail sector. So we may be back to Citadel being the main baddie. I still don't think it's just Citadel that's short the retail sector. I think it's like Susquehanna and 0.72, and then I think Citadel plays volatility on all three of the short positions. Hold on, just making sure Epic Pen's working so we don't have a issue with that. All right. Thoughts on MULN? Still don't give a shit. I've met and worked with people like RC. No doubt in my mind, RC is a calculated man. There are reasons he does what he does when he does it. That's the vaguest thing I've ever heard anybody say, C Pizzle. $1,100 people don't like me enough to get pie fight enough to get me timed out. I just don't think anyone cares if you're timed out. Of course, I'm going to stream earnings. Here we are, Tuesday of the futures roll week and no action. Call it no roll this March. I don't think they're rolling. There is no indication of them rolling the retail e-minis. I don't know if there's a roll for the R2K or R1K yet, but I mean they have time to roll it. They rolled when they rolled I believe it was in November. No, December. When they rolled in December, they rolled a little bit at the very last minute. DDS back over 260. Have you seen what Mike Oxlong is saying about you on Twitter? No, but I really don't care. I don't even know who that is. Always funny. Listen to people say Susquehanna wrong. Pricing under hundreds again. I'm afraid the temptation to become a Dan is becoming increasingly overwhelming. How much do you make, and how bad is the first handy? They love their work, and they get paid well. Whatever happened to the Ape Gathering Festival? Rigged 460, good entry. A bit chasey, but maybe not that bad. Is that what it's at right now? It's at 510. Any chance the option spike was due to block orders placed at open? It's possible. Were there block orders placed at open? I feel like it's still too soon, right, to check. Maybe not. Let me look. It's 950. You're streaming the Apple event? No. $100 in puts at market open today. Yes. $100 in puts. Some calls, but nothing. Or 386,000 in puts. March 11 100s. Those are probably bought. Looks like they're still just trying to push us down with puts. Yeah, I get it now. Viva Las Vegas is the most Vegas thing I've ever heard. Is there a price point beyond will like tasty to you? Is that like beyond meat? Not really. They've had a lot of issues. Also, I'm just like not interested in owning it long term. Looks like Biden's gonna announce a Russian oil ban. Yeah, it's possible. You're playing options on the Apple event today? Yeah, I bought options for Apple yesterday. I think 317 earnings call is bumping 318 options contract premiums. Hmm. What price would you consider MOASS and stop streaming? If I saw evidence of forced liquidation taking place. Do you make a living from day trading? Yes. Playing Apple calls or puts? Calls. What's the Apple event? I think they're announcing new products. Webcam chatbot is back and also banned again. Today's probably going to be pretty slow. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Ooh, 741. And then Fluffy will stop talking about it. Can I DRS my iPhone? You could try. Just drive to computer share and check it in their lobby. And be like, it's your problem now, and run away. Can you please convert this to a rig stream? Thanks. Where should I drill? What expiry date did you go for with your Apple calls? April. Good Apple event is tied to June. It could be. I mean, there was some speculation that they were releasing a new gaming system and possibly some partnership with GameStop, but who knows? Sully looks like the play today. Yeah, oil's gonna run. 1K likes, Darth Dan gets timed out. Roaring a Kitty approves. I think we're already there, man. Oh, no. More people hate watching. Jimmy One Day Candle is way outside the Bollinger Bands. Should it be due for a nasty snapback? Probably not. There's a lot of negative delta pressure right now. They bought a shitload of 115 puts yesterday, and they bought more 100 puts at market open. Saw some of the leaked announcements, and nothing about GameStop, of course. Trust me, bro, leaks. But I think RC meant earnings being on his dad's birthday. I don't know what RC meant. Diving into tweet cryptography is not something I really could give a shit about. 140 likes to go with 4 minutes. Can chat pull it off? We're gonna go sub 90 today, aren't we? Probably not, but we could. It depends. If they keep pushing down, yeah. If they stop buying puts, we should stagnate. But it looks like they're buying 95s now, or starting to buy 95s. So, yeah. Puts going up. Super Zen, no GRS, no options apes. If the price drops to 80, buy and keep holding. I'm only no options because I'm just being real conservative. Yeah. Lower your cost basis. Me either. Let's see if you're correctly game. Bought OXY shares and calls on the early dip. Already sold the calls for a profit. Holding shares for dividend tomorrow. Okay. Derivatives, same like shares. I mean, MACD flipped to the downside yesterday. It doesn't look good for the short term. If we don't catch this $86 resistance today, are we going back down to 40? I mean, they're not pushing nearly as hard with the puts as they were yesterday. It's tricky when they start getting the price below 100. Retail buy orders pick up first of all, and if they push it down below 80, they're really going to pick up. And then they're trying to short into buy pressure, which is not a winning scenario. Analysts at Jefferies give Cat a 260 price target this morning. Fuck yeah. I mean, yeah, if Cat goes to 260 right now, I will be rich. I don't think it's going to 260 right now. It'll take some time. Do you think some of our negative pressure is people bailing to buy lower, or do the people doing that not represent enough of the volume pushing us down during the day? Mm, yeah, I would say that the people doing that are few and far between. It seems mostly the negative delta hedge is what's being used to push us down, that and large amounts of share borrowing. Can you ask BBY to temporarily go down to like 16 for me to get some more? No. Are they just making a ton of money from shorting this down? I mean, they do make money from shorting it. Because they need to sustain their positions. And then in order to do that, they need to continue to suppress the price. All those shares borrowed is a problem as well. That said, having the data makes the dip understandable and not just crime and panic. Yeah. Sub 100 was supposed to be a lot of buy pressure, but I guess they wanting us to buy. Does Jeffrey seem to be more fair with stock evaluations? Because it seems that way to me. I mean, they have their own motivations, right? Chat failed, no timeouts, womp womp. Whatever. Would you say that the price of BBY is in relation to GameStop right now? What? They're different companies. What do you mean in relation to GameStop? So lit by dark, make profit on arbitrage, easy peasy when you're authorized participant and have billions of capital to employ the strategy. Yeah. I have some 318 G recalls. Should I move out or just wait for price improvement? I would want to move out. I wouldn't be holding any more 318s at this point. Up to you, but I don't think we're gonna see much price improvement this week. Why didn't they buy these puts last year and push us down? They did. We just weren't tracking it. Well, at least not in the early parts of the year. Would finding a bottom around here be bullish at all, or just less bearish? Finding a bottom would be good. A bounce back over 100 would be better. But we have support here at like the $97 range. Is there a date set for quarter 4 earnings yet? Yes, 317. How long do you think it will be until IV finishes crushing on BBBY? I don't know, but I'm thinking about selling some covered calls. What's max pain? Fuck. It's weird. Huh. Okay. Rig's moving. I wonder if I should bail on some more of these. This is way above my price target. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bail on my 195s. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. What's gamma neutral this week? Gamma neutral. It's in the daily DD. I posted Yelya's update. I think gamma neutral is around 111. 111 right now. XRT ETF dividend in December was 75% larger than in September, and the largest dividend to date. GME saw a large price increase running up to this March dividend is coming and expected to be larger. Yes. We think GameStop's earnings and potential news releases may hold. I think Q4 will be better. I don't know if they're going to give any direction or guidance, but what's up, Patrol Biscuit? Are you all impressed with how GME has held up during this market correction or disappointed? I'm kind of surprised it's held up so well. What's your PT for wheat? Hold on, I'm trying to do the math on how it's calculated against the futures contracts in my head. Probably like between 16 and 20. I'm down 60 to 70% on my April 120, 130s. Should I think about rolling further out and saving what little value is left? Or do you think there's enough time and potential news to recover? So they've lost intrinsic value. I'm assuming that you purchased those when we were trading at 120 or 130. And so if intrinsic value returns, they still have lots of theta, right? So they will go up, back up in value. I mean, there's potential in mid-March around earnings, especially if futures are covered. If not, though, they will have lost some theta value by then. Not a significant amount. I mean, it's just next Friday, right? Next Friday? Yeah, next Friday. Any thoughts on the DD on the large amounts of puts sold off on the day we tanked hard and recovered about T plus 35 plus 2 days ago? Sold off on the day we tanked hard. I didn't see the DD. Sold off. E plus 2 plus 35. Today is market maker FTDs from. It's too low. from 131. We ran on 2-1, but that was from FTDs from the previous cycle. Yeah, I'm gonna update Reddit. Watching the 1-day chart of GME, I found support on uptrend on 124, 128, 7.3 are still valid in your opinion? 124, 28, and 3.7. I mean, yeah, there's a support here at like shit, I just moved that one. Like right under 100, and then there's one at 97, and then we have another support down here at like 87.50. Those are our downside supports for now. We haven't traded a lot of volume in that range though. In that low range from like 92 down to 87. Hey Greg, I'm the lucky son of a bitch who somehow managed to profit $100 on a weekly after the price dropped $10. Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah, Nano. That's awesome, man. I think there is a reticence by the rich to pay us. No shit, Sherlock. Wheat dead? No, wheat is just not a short-term play. I'm getting in wheat now because I think it's cheap. Speculating with the general market plunge. Oh, Jesus Christ, not the plunge protection team. Okay, so the plunge protection team is not confirmed to either exist or operate actively. It was something set up forever ago. And while, yes, the Fed will step in the event of a market crash, or will try, they're not, actively participating in the market at any time. That's kind of like the market's about to bottom out type situation. There's been no actions by the plunge protection team, no declarations. It's just bullshit, hyperbolic tinfoil hat nonsense. Thank you. And interesting if you draw a line on these days with Gen 2021, a nice uptrend line. Yeah, lower lows or higher lows. We're also coming off of a pretty big head and shoulders on the 4-hour. Do you ever buy indexes? Sometimes. Like futures? I'm starting to think they don't want the price to go up. Pretty sure that there's a margin call and there's a last-ditch effort to drop the price before they have to cover the position. Maybe I'm just being optimistic, but this isn't random. Only one way to find out. Is wheat going to crash after a run or stay elevated due to it being caused by inflation and logistics issues? I think it can stay elevated for a little while. I don't know how long. I mean, once it starts to hit them, like spring wheat and any reserve wheat starts to hit the market, then you know it's gonna start to bring the price down. I'm told that Charlie's Woods brings the plunge protection team with them to TGI Fridays. I'm the first person to tell people about the plunge protection team. This all came from my fucking daily DD the next day. And it was just like an aside. Like I was joking around and everyone took it completely seriously and has just gone off in a whole nother direction with it. They're acting like there's some secret fucking cabal controlling the market. VIX spiking again. Yeah, it's running up. Today's gonna be volatile. Why X come down with the market if it's high demand commodity. PS, I'm new here. You're not new here at all. I don't know why steel's dropping. They may know something about the Apple announcement. That's possible. What time is that today? Does anybody know? Is it during market hours? Yeah, so I wish I never talked about it. There was like a paragraph in some textbook I read fucking 10 years ago. Calls on adrenochrome. Seriously. If Melvin is forced to close, how much buy volume do you think that would represent? A lot. Most likely. Ooh. See, I like BBBY's trend. Team member put their, we do exist. Thank you, plunge protection team member. That wasn't the only conspiracy that spawned out of your daily DD. Fidelity Fund came from there too. I know. What if wheat farmers have a harvest that has too much moisture? It can ruin the whole crop. Also, just know the Fed reporting agencies lie about wheat reserves and traded on it themselves. Well, the Fed's not allowed to trade anymore, supposedly. Something Rothschild, yeah. What tickers do I watch for steel? X. You invest in SPY or just individual companies? I mean, I don't actively own any SPY, like as a long-term investment. I don't think it's all that great. It's what 12% over a 10-year hold average. I trade the SPY a lot. Have you ever seen a stock that's heavily attacked? AMD was similar or more or less. AMD was more drawn out, similar, but I mean, the stock was trading at $10 forever, right? So it wasn't really like, we didn't have the hype, right? It was just fucking flat and boring. Tesla was more similar, I would say. Ooh, nice turnaround. This is good. This is very good. Oh, turning around awfully early. Curious. Hmm. Today's T plus 6 from what? 3-1? 3-1? No. 228? Yeah. Have you ever seen this stack heavily attacked? AMD was similar, more or less. Hold on. This is interesting. Ortiz being covered. AMD might rip. Fuck, I should buy some. 105? That can't be the right fucking price. Let's see if I can fill. Spy's coming back up, but not nearly as fast. We're doing bullish things, guys. Ooh, I wonder. That's interesting. Bear with me here, but interesting thesis. What if e-commerce is going to suffer due to the rising gas prices, and that's going to push valuation into brick and mortar retail? AMD's still heavily shorted, interestingly enough. It's really never stopped. Don't buy that now, bro. It'll come down further today during lunchtime. I mean, I bought fucking April, so I'm not super concerned with it. I got 5 weeklies and 10 calls for April. I already have a shitload of leaps on AMD. And covered calls at 120, so I hope it doesn't run too hard, but a little bit wouldn't be bad. Can you elaborate on your thesis? Shipping products is expensive right now. I mean, they can price it in, but no, because a brick and mortar retail store is just essentially like a fucking warehouse with displays, right? You don't have to get the product into the hands of the customer. You just sell it from your store. Whereas something like, Amazon or, well, just Amazon, um, is gonna, they have to ship each product that they sell. Thanks, Theta. Maybe this is their attempt to roll. Yeah, relax. I mean, we're only up to 104 at the top here. We got a lot of ground to cover back to the upside. So the price jump and came back to the stream. The fuck happened? Ops. They do have to pay shipping to the store, but I think the overall cost of shipping is reduced. Does VIX at 37 mean anything? I mean, yeah. C plus 9 plus 35. C from 129. 121. That's tomorrow. Dave. 3-9. I think. Let me double check. I have Trading View open. 1 second. Today's ETF FTD is brought to you by, oh yeah, tomorrow. Today's January 20th. Tomorrow is January 21st for ETF FTDs. Does VIX at 37 mean? Yeah, ascending scallop. Something. Why does the chat keep jumping? Ascending scallop usually turns into a bull flag. Yeah, usually. It's a ramp up in buy pressure. And this is a bull flag on the 1 minute. Everything is heavily shorted because there's no real cost to borrow happening, right? They skim so much money off of everything because supply and demand are disconnected. Do I have this right? Basically. Disconnected. But that's what comes with, you know, the market we've seen for the last year as well. Con knock. That influx of liquidity driving more and more speculation. Amazon closed all of its bookstores. Ironic. I didn't even know it had any. Guess who owns all their locations and warehouses? Yep, BBBY does. Yeah, I was looking at some of their financials. They actually have a lot of fucking assets. But truckers have to get the inventory to the stores, so diesel is the price to look at with trucks. I understand that. But once it's at the store, it doesn't have to go anywhere. That's my point. Whereas, you know, Amazon, you've got to ship from the suppliers. And then once you get it into the country from suppliers, then it's got to go to distribution centers across the country. And then from those distribution centers, it's got to go out to people's homes. Whereas with a retail store, it goes from the suppliers to the distribution centers. So like a few stores, right? So there's less shipping, and once it's at the store to get it into the consumer's hand, that's it. So there's extra steps involved with e-commerce. Also, you know, how do you keep your profit line on like a $5 item that you have to pay, you know, especially with like free shipping? It's so they're gonna have to raise, like, e-commerce is gonna have to raise the cost of goods, whereas stores will be able to compete by keeping the cost of goods lower, like brick and mortar stores. I mean, this is probably only going to go through midsummer, but in the short term, it'll be beneficial for retail stores. I mean, GameStop's switching to e-commerce, but it's in its infancy. GameStop still is mostly a brick and mortar retail business, right? Like that's where their revenue comes from. There's a 14-day extension on OPEX. It's possible. The 14-day extension on OPEX it's 15 days. Extends out to we did this before, right? It was like March 16th. March 15th, 16th, 17th, depending on where the extension began. We wouldn't know because they don't report that. AMD will hopefully find a new life if the Stream Deck is successful. Huh. We're in a wholesale business and we ship worldwide. Shipping costs have gone up astronomically the last 2 months. Higher gas will raise rates more. Yeah. XRT, BBY, GME, AMC all look very similar for the last 15 minutes. If we end green today, that would be nice. It would be. Grain report from Farmers National. Ooh. Today be the 14-day extension for OPEX. It's 14, isn't it 15 business days? Hold on, I gotta look at this fucking table again. Oop. That's not it. T14, oh, it's 14 calendar. So 14 calendar days. Oh, you're talking about rule 15C3. I was referring to 4210. For 15C3, 14 calendar days from today would be, I guess it depends on which extension they got. 14 days is Feb 25th. Potentially, yeah. So yeah, today, but they can extend that, right? So they don't have to, I mean, they'll just extend it again if they got the first one. Looked at First Solar. No. Is Tesla green with SPY and QQQ red? Tesla's back in the red. It, they're tracking fairly, so there's a little more selling going on in the SPY, or at least shorting. SPY below 420 is dangerous territory. Cat's still shooting up. Damn. I've never seen it push through this resistance zone this fast. This is bullish as fuck. Jesus, it's gonna keep going, isn't it? What's Dillard's doing? It's climbing up. Ray Dalio, he was like a Bond guy. Give me a bull case summary on AMD. I've never been a fan of their cards compared to Nvidia, but interesting to hear your thoughts. Thanks for being here with us every day, bud. I would say that their video cards, like their GPUs, are a bit behind, but not much. Their processors are way ahead of Intel, which is where the valuation really is driven from, as they take over more and more server processing from Intel. Their business has been growing quite a lot, especially over the last year. Although with Intel starting up their manufacturing plant in the United States, things could change. But Lisa Su runs a tight ship. It's a well-run business. They're catching up in the GPUs. I would say like the next couple generations, they should hopefully at least match Nvidia. But I've owned AMD forever. I don't read this. Hey, Trina. I don't know if they could use the same extension back to back. I'll see if there's some rule about that. Okay. Just spring forward affect anything? I hate daylight savings time. Uh, just, you're just gonna get less sleep. Is there any preferred way for you to search for stocks in a whole sector? Like just type mining, for example, into a brokerage, or is there a better way of finding that data? I mean, you can look like if you're trying to trade like ETFs in a sector, you can look for which ones have the best liquidity or the most traded or have the most options flow. Not bulldozing through that supply zone. See what I did there? I do. I mean, are you just randomly looking for stocks in a sector, or do you have like a thesis about something in particular? What are you trying to do? You're just like, I want to own some of X, and you're searching for it. Last AMD card I bought literally lit on fire. That sounds like horseshit. What did you do to it? Just a reminder to remind the stream to like the stream. I did my like the stream thing for the day. When I was thinking of something to invest in, I used Google Ads to tell me what to do. Slow volume consolidation is bullshit. We're gonna rip. I mean, maybe. Now a good time to purchase some Apple calls if you're bullish on Apple. Last MD card bought killed my goldfish. How close are we to an overall market crash? Off to a rough start this week. I mean, if oil keeps squeezing, which it's gonna, and the VIX keeps rising, we can't be far off, honestly. I want to see basically a complete list of tickers for certain sectors to look through them for investments. Probably Finviz, Fluffiosa. That seems like a very arbitrary way to find investments and long, but yeah, Finviz you could use. He's probably trying to day trade GME options. No PC can handle that. Never played far out of the money. Are they a better play than in the money if we run 10%? They're risky. You think BBBY has upside potential today? I mean, it's moving up. I don't hate it. So I did my cost basis yesterday, and it was like 24.40 something down somewhere. So across my BBBY position, I'm at 24. I'll probably sell some covered calls on it to bring it down. If it drops back below 20, I'll buy more, but I don't want to buy more above 20. And then yeah, that's about it. So I'll probably sell some covered calls on it. I really don't care if I provide liquidity over there. How do people decide on strikes and expirations on blue chips and such that don't move like GME? A degenerate gambler wannabe can't fathom how they could possibly print. I mean, everyone in here that's playing cat can tell you how much blue chip options can print. Rig was a great call. So hard not to FOMO. I mean, it just looked good technically, so I bought some. I mean, I bought the contracts for that I have for like $29. What is the Fed bear trap shorts and pump market come March 18th? Thoughts? I mean, the only way they would do that is by not raising rates. Jokes aside, we've seen the price of 304 and 316 SS sheet skyrocket in the last 2 years. We're seeing NAS and OTK announce base price increases again and again and again. Interesting. They're not secret nickel penis. Leading strategy. I don't want to get into the whole strategy I've been thinking about for a while, but just looking for things to start wheeling that fit within it. We'll check out Finviz, thanks. Okay. That's on if war ends soon. What if the war ends in 2 to 3 weeks? Yeah, if the war ends soon, I might bail on wheat, but I mean, it's going to take a while for supply to kick back up, right? And all the farmers in Ukraine right now are busy towing Russian tanks home. They're not going to be really incentivized to buy a lot of or to grow a lot of wheat this coming spring, right? Thoughts on Tesla 1200 Jan 2024 call? It's a bit out there, and with an economic decline coming in and increased competition in the, at least on the vehicle side, Tesla may not see those prices for quite some time. Over under on Biden speaking of 5 minutes, causing the market to jump up. I don't know what he's gonna say. I mean, he's like gonna ban Russian oil exports, right? Or they're gonna stop buying Russian oil. Cat rocks. At long-term data calls are such a bad call. Who likes making money or a green account? That's for the weak. You ever look at Express? Yeah, I know about it. It Express traded up into its Gamma Max like a few days ago. Slowly. It doesn't really perform very well. I don't think the short positions there are that big. They're there, but they're not very big. So basically, Cat does well when the USA is at war. Also, Cat does well when the government contemplates infrastructure bills. Sure. I mean, Cat's one of the largest stocks in the Dow. They're huge. Massive blue chip. Honestly, before this stream, I don't think I'd ever traded Cat before I started trading it like back in September. I mean, I've just been trading it ever since. I can't I can't get enough free money out of that stock. It has funded a obscene amount of degeneracy and continues to do so. It's my favorite. My jar. Cat has been printing. Any thoughts on how high it'll go? Continue past 205. Isn't it trading at like 210 right now? Dude, it's just straight fucking ripping. And yeah, we can look at like my TA over here on TradingView for it. The fuck. Oh. Why isn't that working? Hold on. There we go. So, as CAD continues to push through this resistance here, um, yeah, it can start to head up to this higher resistance up here, which is at around 226. And I would say there's probably some resistance in this range. As it approaches just past 210. That's not super precise, but I would say like 212.50. All the wheat they grow is going to go straight into the war effort. Yeah, I agree. Gold, silver going parabolic. Gold is going parabolic. Ooh, that's a breakout. Interesting. Not sure. I'm not sure I'm gonna do anything. I have some GLD I've had for fucking ever. Fuck. Okay, so this looks pretty good. If anybody's interested in being long precious metals, a breakout of 195 here is huge. It's not really my favorite thing, but definitely something to consider. Shit, should I? 193 is a big resistance rate. Yeah. Are you friends with James Charles? I have no idea who that is. Had an AMD calls today are making money bills. Thanks for all your knowledge you share, Gherk. No problem, man. Is there a difference between being a long-term investor and being a bag holder? Not really. Yes, sometimes long-term investors are up. A bag holder would be a long-term investor who is down on their original buy-in price. My prediction, we will never see gold under 2,000 an ounce again. That's very bullish. Carrie said don't FOMO. The only difference, I mean, that wouldn't be FOMO. That's a key resistance point. If it breaks through that, it's a big deal. The prospectus on GLD SLV so they can settle your shares whenever they want. So if gold ever squeezes, I don't think it's going to squeeze, but it could ramp up in value. So a lot of bag holders here, yeah. But it's fine, right? As long as you assume that the future value of the company will be far more than you paid for it. Sometimes things get shorted. You're not always up. People buy the SPY and are down for fucking 8 years before they see a turnaround. Educate me. How do you know 195 is a breakout for gold? What do you use to determine that? It's the fucking upper resistance for gold for the last fucking 8 years. That cup and handle was on the monthly. And it's textbook, Joey. So we're all bag holding GME? No. Again, if you assume that the future valuation of the company is going to be far more than you paid to get in it, then near-term losses are irrelevant. Also, not everyone in here bought above 100. There's people that have lower cost bases. So a golden cross on the one day it's a long-term signal. It's not like an immediate breakout signal. So it's not a momentum signal. It's just a sustained growth over the next couple months, possibly years. Please make sure people know about the gold market is the most manipulated market. Oh yeah, like Comex it's a fucking shit show, but um still, if the market's coming down and gold rips, it's at a technically very good spot. You have a little more security in ETFs that track gold than you do buying gold directly. Cat testing 110, 210. Just shill confirmed. I'm just stoked because I've been holding GLD, like the position I have in GLD for like almost 2 years. You can do TA on everything. You can do it on commodities, but they tend to be more erratic. Build cup and handle. There's also less manipulation in the commodities market. So some would argue that TA is better in markets like crypto and commodities than it is on equities. I think we need to call her mom soon. Thanks for everything, mate. A little fucking early, man. We're at 102. Who was that guy who told me not to buy AMD weeklies? Where are you? Man. I did it anyway. I did it. I went and I bought them, and now I've made money on them. I started at 325, then bought triple my initial investment at 60. What the fuck did you buy at 60? Oh, okay. So you bought in Jan, and then you bought in Feb, the beginning of Feb. Would it be a dumb idea to sell far out of the money BBY covered calls right now? Maybe. I don't know. I sold some at 35 yesterday. I might sell some more. I didn't sell that many. I just sold a few. Just my cost basis is too high, so I'm trying to drive it down a little bit before I buy more. If I can get my cost basis like sub $15 and I don't know. The next few weeks are going to be critical, so it may be impossible, but I did sell some this week at 30. I don't think I'll have enough time to average my cost basis down a lot, but I might just buy leaps, like more leaps. So I'll see if this stays kind of static throughout the rest of this week. If it does, then Friday I'll buy into some leaps. Maybe above the ones I currently have, so at like 30. And maybe 40. 30 and 40, I think. You start pushing silver next. I'm not even pushing GLD. It's in a good spot. be warned that I've bag held that shit for 2 fucking years. So, you know, be prepared to just like not make, if it fails the test, it goes back down. If the market rallies, it's just not going to do fuck all. All good. Welcome back, Mitchell. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. 1 second, guys. Would I be chasing cat right now? That depends on what your price target is. If your price target is, you know, 220 and you're buying like 215s and you're aiming a little further out, then no. But this resistance at 210 is critical. It has to break to the upside of this. And so it was just rejected. If it consolidates in this higher level, then this presents a good entry for a further out of the money calls. Thank you for being there for over 50 noobs like me. I am in for 200 and plenty of time to wait. Thanks, Kami cousin. I appreciate it, dude. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Would it be a good exit if rig hits 6? I'm gonna exit some at 6, yeah. Probably about half my position. I'll see if it keeps going. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna buy more. Thoughts on uranium over these next few weeks? While I think that the sanctions on Russia could accelerate the potential for the squeeze in the uranium market, even at an accelerated rate, that's still a couple years out. So like the projection for that crunch in uranium supply was you know, like 5 years, and I would say that the sanctions on Russia accelerate that, but I'm not sure how much. Maybe it brings the window to like 2 years. It also depends on how long this conflict goes on, right? So if you're interested in that, I like there may be some near term gains to be had, but the big money that could pay out would still be a few years away. Maybe sell some out of the money CSPs at a lower cost basis. Yeah, I could do that. Are you talking about for cat or for BBBY? Okay, so I'm gonna exit some more of my cat position here in case it doesn't continue up. 1 sec, guys. Stop limit. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm setting a stop limit just under this volatility spike at 209.64. It's about 20% of my currently open position. And that way, if it slips this resistance and starts to fall, I'll get a fill. If it keeps going up, nothing's going to happen. Stop limit, not trailing stop, not stop loss. Jimmy is looking bullish. Ironically, BBY not looking as bullish. After the BBY debacle, are you going to do a Fire the Mods campaign on SS? What's that? What? I don't care who mods Super Stonk. I'm done with that fucking place. You think you see a run soon, or should I wait for a better options entry on GME? That's tough. I think we're just coming up with the market right now. I don't think our volume indicates a significant amount of covering occurring. And we're really not going to move until we cross above those 115 puts. So those 115 puts are going to continue to apply downward pressure to us. Although it is nice that the $100 puts and the $95 puts bought this morning are now way the fuck out of the money and blown up, which is cool. How did you land on GLD as your gold position? I had some money that I wanted to blow, and I kind of bought it too high, and it was just underwater. It seemed easy to trade. It's fairly liquid. And then I just ended up holding it because I was like, fuck it, gold will go up eventually, right? And then it just didn't ever. It was also, you know, when I was less bitter. And I was like, oh, this is like the thing that you buy, you know, to hedge stuff. Because that's like what they teach you in school, right? So I was attempting to diversify my long-term portfolio back when I did things like that. I think it's the first time my position over there has been green. How does TTM BBK look for GME? Weird and wonky because Jimmy's doing strange shit right now. I didn't check TTM this morning. BBK, I don't think we're in a squeeze formation. Let me look though. Actually, okay, it just fired on the daily today. Interesting. Hold on, let me look at TTM. TTM's also showing 4 fire signals. Ooh. But this could also be a downside move. That's kind of the problem. Hold on. Here, I'll show you guys. So we're showing the Bollinger Bands slip in. And this is the Keltner channel, right? So you're looking for the Bollinger Bands to consolidate within the Keltner channel. And then we have 4 fire signals here, but these fire signals are to the downside. Like this is bearish. So, I mean, technically this looks like a big move down. Although the direction of these can be wrong. So TTM can squeeze into a consolidation point. And this is like one of the false signals it throws. It can squeeze into consolidation. What a fucking brain fart. Um, and then rip out, right? So it can bounce to the upside. I'm trying to think if we've ever had that happen on GME specifically. I think we did back here. There was like bearish divergence, and this was back in May of last year. So we started to get some bearish divergence in TTM, and then it just ripped to the upside. So this looked like it was going to come down, and it didn't. So this has happened before once. Generally, when these two signals align, we get something. It's been fairly reliable throughout the course of this, and that's mostly because of our like low volume and low volatility to high volume, high volatility swings that we have, which is probably why it tracks so well. Looking to FOMO into oil. Should I buy rig, or is there another stock that hasn't run so much? I mean, you could look around. Warren Buffett's real big on Occidental oil. Made a small $40 profit on rig. First time I sold an option in the green. I'm a pro now. I mean, technically. BBBY. What about it, Dork? Your opinion on Corsair? It's interesting. It was one of the like heavily shorted stocks last year. I really don't know too much about them as a company. I haven't really looked into them a lot. They were running with GameStop similarly for a little while. How do you do your orders so fast? Do you have hotkeys? Yeah. I also have like my windows set up for trading, so I have my like display arranged for speed, I guess. Less information. I already have like the charts open in WeBull, so I don't need to have like charts up and stuff. I just put in my orders and buy and sell. You're saying you don't derive your self-worth from your status on SS? That's weird. I don't. Remember all the FUD yesterday? Yep. Oh, cool, Mitchell. More Gherk bag holding stories, please. I've bag held a lot of shit. So far, most of them have turned out good. My best bag holds so far have been AMD, Tesla, and GameStop. My worst have been UWMC, Palantir, and GLD. DDS is doing some good movements. Yeah, Carl Icahn sold his Occidental off, and Warren Buffett bought like $5 billion worth of it. Do you think I can sell kiddie pools to the Wall Street Bets guys who accidentally buy oil futures and have to take delivery? I have April contracts, and I'm thinking of taking delivery on them if the price keeps driving up. I shouldn't because it's such a bitch, but it could be worth it. My problem is I only know like one guy who could find me a buyer, and he's super shady and unreliable. Thank you for putting Cat on our radar, man. It's saving my portfolio. Give away some free money once in a while. Don't YOLO it all on GME weeklies next time. When do we start buying puts on all of these small cap oil stocks that are up 200%? August? I mean, that one person in here, Ona, was telling everybody to fucking dig deep into oil like back in September when inflation started to come up. I mean, that's when I bought futures for summer, was back when they kept announcing increases in inflation. I didn't buy enough. I should have bought so much more. Why are we like a big QQQ now? Wait, what? If I sell a call the same day I bought it, can I get hit with a GFV? If you use unsettled funds to buy it, then yes. The price action is a result of the 15-day extension. Would this be the Monday after OPEX? This would be the Monday after OPEX. Yes. No. Today would be, so 15-day extension. The FINRA extension's not the same. FINRA extension is 15 business days, which would be, hold on, 15 business days from today. It's too soon, I think. 15 business days from today is the 14th of Feb. So 15 business days from where OPEX was due on the 24th is 3/17, the day of earnings. And that's why I was very interested in Cohen's timing. Good Jamie just doing a sustained up kind of thing. This is very weird. Remember Spurt? Yeah. I backheld Facebook forever. Yeah, haircut. You can kiss my ass, Carl. You're just saying that because you have no hair. That's why you're telling me to cut my hair. Palantir is the best rated stock when it comes to backholding. I mean, my cost basis on Palantir is almost nothing now because of covered calls, but I still hate that I just own it and it doesn't make money and becomes progressively more worthless over time. What do you expect for futures rollover? You said price action, either way, rolling or not rolling. If they don't roll, then they're moving into the expiration, right? The interesting thing is if those forwards need to be delivered to the ETFs before they rebalance. So any forward contracts purchased by the ETFs to cover their negative shareholding, right, will need to be executed by 3/17. CME has a 2-day delivery, so T+2. And that's it. Forward contracts, deliverable futures have no extensions. If there is not a delivery on the contract in T+2, CME will move forward with an immediate liquidation of assets in order to acquire the deliverable asset, whatever it may be. They don't fuck around in the futures market. So, and in that T+2 window, the ETFs are rebalancing, right? So they need that deliverable. And this is kind of where the crunch comes. So if they don't roll forward contracts, right, and carry them out for another quarter, which, you know, ends on the 10th of ends this week, then they have to execute those contracts, and those will have to be delivered by T+2 after 317. And so I thought it was very interesting that Ryan Cohen, not only did he buy the highest FTD days of the OPEC cycle, like all of his purchases were on high FTD days, but then in addition to that, he announces his buy-in to BBBY the morning before the T+6 from OPEX, and then he announces GME earnings on the day before the final day of futures settlement. I mean, like, the timing's just too accurate, right? And it's good. It means that the things that we're like, at least we're on the same page in the things that we're tracking. Clip that or something. Are you be a Warren Buffett style billionaire or a cool billionaire that has fun with his money? Both. Do you regret selling CCs on Palantir instead of jumping your position? No, because a lot of the CCs I sold on it were when its IV was still really high and it was popular. And so, I mean, I made up most of my cost basis. So I own the stock, but I really haven't, I have no expense in owning it. Can you please comment on Givo plus 21% today? It's you know, FOMO because of the rising oil prices. But that'll snap back as soon as they realize that, you know, there's going to be supply chain issues with EV cars, especially if the conflict can escalate. So usually TTM will squeeze at 5 to 6 fire signals. Right now it's at 4. So usually you get a period of consolidation between 5 to 6 trading days where you get those fire signals. And then it fires in one direction or the other. Also, earnings followed immediately by investors' call. Thoughts? Interesting. Price target of rig just up. I mean, I'm 4x right now. I know a lot of people wanted to. I mean, I was targeting $6.50, $6.50. It's pushing up into $5.50 right now. I think it can go higher. Responsibly, I should take profits here. But I'm not. I mean, I just don't care, right? The entire position cost me $300. It's up $1,200. Even if it slipped, I could sell and still be very profitable on it. And you know, if Biden's coming out and announcing the halting of buying Russian oil, oil's gonna rocket. When it fires more than 5 to 7 times, say 10 to 12, typically moves harder too. Yeah. It we actually saw that going into last May. There was a really long string of fire signals before price action kicked off. Biden banning all Russian oil imports today. I'm not sure, but I think so. When did you know to get into rig? Oh, someone just like brought it up on the stream and I went and looked at it for them and I was like, oh, this looks like a decent entry. So I bought some. I didn't buy a lot. I mean, I probably could have bought a lot more, but whatever. Streaming Joe Biden speech, highly relevant, I would say. If someone wants to shoot me the link, what time does it start? Live now? Oh, all right.
Have rallied to support the Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part have rallied to support the Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe, because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward with this ban, understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on.
Same rule as always, guys. No political shit in the chat.
This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin. But there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning. And when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelensky several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to a neighboring country. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit our border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment a sacred commitment of Article 5. The Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear that the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, and it has crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology like semiconductors that are and sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them. Joining a growing list of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple, they've suspended their operations in Russia. The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. The private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated...
I've said it a bunch. If I'm going to play this shit and you guys can't stop with your political bullshit, then like the mods are going to time you out until the speech is over. If you could just watch it objectively from an economic stance without commenting or insulting, because no one fucking cares about your political beliefs or ideology. This isn't the place for it.
Force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Now, let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate, but I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about 2 other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record of oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. Let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. This is a perspective that our European allies share, and the future where together we can achieve greater independence. Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment won't, let me expand, will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy.
I think it's going to keep going up.
That will help.
You can look at it like XLE. I don't know if REG will keep running.
It will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future.
I think Shell ceased their buying operations this morning.
This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, the Ukrainian people have inspired the world. And I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism,
it could be bullish for
determination to live free. Putin's war,
all right, Carl, you need to calm down a little bit.
Has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life of women, children, everyone in Ukraine. Both Ukraine and, I might add, Russia.
A little overzealous.
Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost. Putin's now targeting cities and has been targeting cities and civilians, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings.
Guys.
Last week, he attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe with an apparent disregard for the potential of triggering a nuclear meltdown. He has already turned 2 million Ukrainians into refugees. Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow. So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country. And I call on Congress to pass the $12 billion Ukraine assistance package that I have asked them for of late. Ukrainian people are demonstrating by their physical courage that they are not about to just let Putin take what he wants. That's clear. They'll defend their freedom, their democracy, their lives. And we're going to keep providing security assistance, economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance. We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation. People everywhere, and I think it's maybe even surprised some of you all, people everywhere are speaking up for freedom. When the history of this war is written, Putin's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker.
This is not a political forum, 777.
And God bless
if you want to find one of those, there are many available on the internet.
Thank you very, very much. I know there's a lot of
freedom of speech. That's not protected here.
I know there's a lot of questions, but there's a lot more that has to be made clear.
Every time I play one of these fucking things, everyone tries to use it as a pedestal to shout their political ideologies. I only care about its effect on the market, okay? With people with their, oh, you're silencing me. Instead of being said, shut the fuck up, and then I don't have to listen to it. You're the man, Greg PQ. Timeout, Carl. Probably. JK, if anything, I appreciate getting me through the workday Monday through Friday. Thanks, Speeder Comfort. Okay, so Biden's shutting off the flow or the purchasing of Russian oil and hyping up everyone to buy US oil. It's a good business move, right? Stream Apple in 80 minutes. Maybe. Good thing he shut down that pipeline as his first act in office. Real strategic move there. I didn't say it was. I didn't say. I've never made any claims that any U.S. politicians are good at their jobs. Can you time me out for? I have to go back to work. No, I won't do that. The price movement today also be 24th, 48 hour or in dark pools. No, too far away. I mean, we're just rising up a little bit with the SPY, right? Like when the SPY came up, we came up. That's really all that happened. We probably have some number of FTDs due today, and you know a little bit of that upward price action is putting pressure on the CNS cycle that's occurring. Nice, dude. Any plays in mind already for GME earnings? I might pick up some extra calls for it. We'll see. This news bullish. Rig should rip even harder. I really don't know enough about Rig to say that it'll rip harder. Crude came down. But I don't know enough about the company. I was just trading the momentum. I'm actually gonna close like half of my position. Buy calls on Shell and BP. BP's tricky, but yeah, probably. That was in Trading View. How did Cat rip when the market dipped? The S&P dipped. Cat is in the Dow, which is probably doing well today. Is wheat getting rocked today? It'll bounce. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not like playing wheat for the short term. If it dips, I'll average down a little. Goodbye stock market. That's a big ban. I mean, it's going to drive the cost of oil up. Yeah. It's a big deal. I'm probably not going to stream the Apple thing. I don't want to listen to that shit for 2 hours. Do people forget we're down a ton from yesterday? I swear this is a psychological. Drop at $10 on the day, then rise $3 the next. You're still down $7. Yeah, people do forget that. How does rig look from a TA perspective? Like it's going straight up. I mean, if we go out a little further, it actually has quite some room to the upside. But this is a resistance, like this right here at 550. If it breaks that, it can move up, into this like $7 range. Once upon a time, it was worth far more. So, there could be price targets as far out. If you're buying yourself a lot of time on it, you could look at 15, I would say. But I just took some responsible profits there. Yeah, there was a meeting with like OPEC today, wasn't there? If no roll, 2+2 from the 17th, 18th is 322. Well, however, I imagine it'll be a lot like the March futures roll or the December futures roll, where we saw just like this wasn't a lot of contracts though, but see, they just rolled like they cleared these out up into the expiration. But this is when XRT was first thresholded, was on December 17th. So some shares were returned, but XRT has remained on the threshold list throughout this entire period. So essentially, they didn't cover like the last futures rollover. They didn't cover everything, so they're carrying that debt into this one. So $15 would be the highest that you would go if you had leaps. I don't know if I would buy leaps. Maybe, yeah. I would probably buy nearer like 10. Dumb question, MC. Are commodities only traded as futures? I mean, yeah. Can we buy XRT and sue short hedge funds for fuckery with it? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Check quant count for XRT shares outstanding. Oh, Jesus, they almost fucking blew it up again yesterday? Holy shit. And on the 4th. If you DRS'd one share, we would accept you back into the other. Hashtag not a cult, super plank. Absolutely never. Are commodities same like stocks? No. AMD weekly is too late. Hold on. I mean, 105 is not bad. But it can get rejected at this upper trend again at 106. So be careful. Is it GME or AMD? It's hard to tell the difference. Yeah, it is. So which oil stocks are you buying to capitalize on the oil ban? I have oil futures. So those mostly. I might pick up some XLE as soon as this FOMO calms down. Are we tracking AMD? I mean, we're tracking the market. Can you share Turd's ETF data? Yeah. Sec. So if we look at yesterday's shares outstanding, and XRT went down to 2.8 million. And on 2/4 down to 1.95. Yesterday's negative flow of $158 million. So I mean, if the shares outstanding were to go, to zero, it's almost like blowing the ETF up. It means essentially the ETF has no assets left. So they did a lot of creation yesterday. Would you sell most of your out of monies and 510s? Yeah. I'm right now I'm mostly holding a position between 130 and 150 for April 14th. I might if we push up into 105, I might buy some 110 or 120 for the same period. So buy back in. But I think they're gonna crush Ivy a little more, so I'm waiting. Your thoughts on CTRM? If you're willing to take a peek, they appear to have a lot of FTD stacking for the end of this month. I think we were looking at this company before, weren't we? Oh, this is Castor Maritime. I don't like them at all. They always have tons of FTDs. It's mostly irrelevant. They've run before. They had a big run back here. They dump shares into their runs. Shipping companies are super shady. If it does pop off, I'd be very, very careful. Like you even just set like a trailing stop. I'm not interested in playing it. The rug pulls are intense, and sometimes it's hard to find liquidity on them. When is SLD for March? Should be starting next week, right? You said they blew it up in the ETF. No, I said they almost blew it up. Yeah, if they blow it up, they can't keep creating there. So like an ETF is an unlimited source of shorts until it's out of shares. Once it's out of shares, then like we saw with wheat yesterday, they either need to like halt the ETF to create more shares, or it just collapses. The fact that they had to do so much creation and use so many GME bar shares to short, but were only able to suppress the price $15 suggests that they're running out of juice. I mean, they should be running out of juice. They haven't. So, and until like every time they short, right, they build up their obligations for OPEX when they use these ETFs, right? So they short here, obligations go over here, here they go over, they short here, and obligations keep building up, right? And since they didn't clear this out, those are still there and they're continuing to use it. And so the obligations are just mounting. That's why it's so advantageous for them to clear those obligations out every quarter, because then they can start fresh. But if they don't, clear them out and they keep building them, I mean the risk is pretty obvious, I think. Massive spike on AMC just now. No, that's not a massive spike. That's a fucking 12-cent move. Clip, 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 clip. Okay, fine. Massive 12-cent move on AMC. What's the current theory in regards to the missing OPEX volume? It's not just missing volume. They have not cleared the obligations out of the ETFs. What's that move? Was the popcorn stock MOASS? I think the run to $70 was the popcorn stock MOASS. Any recommendations on how to get approval to buy long calls through WeBull options level 2? I mean, it shouldn't be difficult. Just keep trying. Able to look at MVIS and give your 2 cents on a long-term trend. No, I hate that fucking stock. I won't look at it. Have you always traded mindful of institutional hedge fund tactics on the market, or did Jamie Saga change the way you view the market? To some degree. I would say more so now than I used to. So yeah, it's changed. I mean, for the better. My year over year portfolio increase, even without GameStop included, is way up since I started digging into all of this stuff. It's almost like knowing the schedule the market is very, very profitable if used appropriately. Do you expect them to carry these obligations into May OPEX? It's going to be really hard to carry those obligations through XRT's rebalancing. I don't think anyone cares if you own both, man. Why is a good question, but I don't think anyone cares. What happens if an ETF collapses? Be liquidated and the position short the ETF would be satisfied in order to pay out the shareholders. Just plugging your Pickles Picks sub today and become a dillionaire, everyone. Cat has been printing so hard, just broke 213. Are we heading towards all-time high? How do you gauge a ceiling? I mean, there's a resistance at 226, herpa derpa. I don't plug Pickles Picks as like a reason for people to FOMO into membership because they're supposed to be paper traded and a learning resource, not degenerate YOLOs and I made a bunch of money stuff, right? Like, is this beginning to look a lot more like their final stand? It could be, yeah. It's hard to say, right? You know, if it is, it would explain why we're so in the dark. Hate it too, but I'm stuck selling cover calls and bag holding. All right, fine. Small trend forming. And not a great one, but that's your upper line. That's your lower. If you're selling covered calls, try to sell 2% above unless you want to get assigned. So 2% above this upper resistance. So I'd imagine they probably don't have a lot of strikes open. So 5 or 550, which should be fairly safe. It looks like it's being rejected right now, so it may be a good time to look at some. For the rest of you that are like, ooh, what was that stock you just looked at? A giant flaming pile of shit. Regards to XRT, isn't clearing the obligations on XRT and increased volume on Jamie one and the same? Just looking at the issue from a different perspective. If not, how is it two different issues? I mean, yes, they should be the same. I mean, XRT has more stocks in it than just GameStop, but clearing of obligations held within XRT should cause a run on DDS, GameStop, Macy's, JNW, like all of them, including XRT itself. Are you holding April 14 see-through earnings? Probably. And then I'm going to probably sell covered calls out above my position to recoup some losses, and also in case of IV crush. So if IV ramps up into earnings and then crushes after earnings, and I have calls in place, that I'm going to sell covered calls out above my calls. And then that way, if IV crushes, I can buy back my covered calls. And still have my long calls, but it'll protect my long calls from that crush, or I'll make some of that money back. And I'll probably also straddle. And I bought my April 14s before the IV ramp up, so they're in a good spot. Because they announced earnings today, and so IV is going to start to climb. What do you like for investing in oil besides futures? I mean, I have some rig here. I don't know, BP, any of the big oil producers, Occidental, BP, Marathon, ExxonMobil. See who's got the best production numbers right now. Look at that. Shale oil producers, that'll go up. Yep, and I don't like the way rig looks right now, so I'm gonna close. Hold on. Let's go. Okay, I'll aim for that. GameStop pushing up into 105. That's good. I'm actually gonna pick up some more Aprils near the money. Fuck, those got pricey. If you want people to paper trade your picks, maybe you shouldn't make them so dang profitable all the time. Possibly. I think the problem with that though is that people get too much confidence in my picks and aren't really learning to pick their own stocks. And like, I might be good, but I'm not always right. And that leads to people, having too much faith in those potential moves. And in the past, I've seen people have more than I do. It's hard to get that like specific level of confidence across in like a one paragraph DD. RC Dad birthday March 17th. Save Jimmy earnings. Earnings of the front loaded inventory from Q3. Earnings Q4 with Matt Furlong, retail sexpert, bullish as fuck. What fucking experience does Matt Furlong have in retail? I mean, they should do good because it was Q4 and they front loaded their inventory, but chances DDS pushes over 300, pretty good. They're undervalued. They have $3 billion in property assets alone, and the company's worth less than that. So Commodities so hot right now. Price of nickel also through the roof. Yeah, good money. Hold on, I gotta check. Something. Gonna bounce there. This is the resistance I drew. Okay, I'm gonna turn this to GMA so we can continue to watch that climb, but I want to watch rig for a second. Because if it fails this bounce, I'm gonna sell the rest of my position. 1 sec, guys. Yeah, some eye drops in. What date does XRT rebalance? Should be after the 17th. I think it's on the 21st, but I'm not 100% positive. I've really got to check. No, I'll just fucking check now. I'm not sure how many days from the end of the quarter. Maybe turd nose. Let's go. Was this for today? It's 3. That's on the APL price action today before the announcement. From a technical perspective, a test of 170 looks pretty good. RPie Square, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke, motherfucker. Trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Second, I'm just updating Reddit real quick, guys. That was quick. Jimmy's gonna fucking do something. Interesting. Scam and control. 21st is the ex-dividend date. End of March is rebalance. Okay. Like last day of March, turd? Maybe you're not on the stream. I don't know what this is. Average Joe. What am I supposed to use this for? It's cool, but I don't know how to use it effectively. Do you have some sort of idea? Price actions same as MOASS nowadays. June 17th, 680 is for a little over $100. So cheap. I'm thinking about an IV play. What do you think? I'm not a fan. I mean, it might not be bad. I don't know. Why not like 950 leaps if you're going to do that? At least you have a whole year for the IV play to play out. Jimmy gonna rip? I don't know about rip, but it's doing well. OPEC's back on the menu, guys. It's never been off the menu as much as people wanted it to be, because they've never fucking covered it. So at the end of the stream, can you give words of advice like Jerry used to? Who the fuck is Jerry? Who's retail pumping GameStop everyone? Every time we get bad economic news. 110 GME weekly, would you do it? I already have. I did it when we broke 105. Jerry's, oh, I hate Jerry Springer. No, gross. Less shilling today, I noticed, must be green. It's part of maybe margin call. I don't know. Does 100p from this morning get sold, or are we blowing them out? I think we just destroyed them. And now we're moving up towards the 115s, which are already at risk. If they haven't closed them yet. DDS on fire. Fuck, it really is. God, I like that stack. They're not just moving with the SPY? Oh, yeah, probably. The weird thing there, though, is that like XRT doesn't particularly track the SPY, and XRT is shooting way up. It's probably a little bit of both. Remember, any outward pressure, so if active funds are buying in, right, and they're covering FTDs on GameStop, and they're putting pressure on the CNS process that's going on, it's gonna blow up their ability to suppress the price, and the price will increase. So while we are theoretically going up with the SPY, that's the SPY going up is not 100% of the reason we are. If that makes sense. I've explained this before, but essentially, you know, they short in the morning and buy their puts in order to protect their upside, and then they try to cover their CNS low, right? If active funds come in that are tracking indexes and those indexes are running, those active funds start buying, right? Which puts pressure on the CNS system, which starts to increase the price. If active funds don't come in or the market's stable or drops, you know, they're able to do this until the end of the day, and then CNS ends, and then the price slowly drifts up and they close out their puts, right? But when active funds do come in and buy, it blows up their put position, so they lose a shitload of money. It's very risky, the way they cover FTDs on GameStop. Because any big turn in the market or volatile day can cause a lot of fucking damage to their positions. Why is everything ripping? Because America just blew out one of its largest oil competitors. No, because CNS becomes overloaded, right? If they're not internalizing those orders, especially if they're coming onto the lit exchange, right, and not being PFOF'd. So like if institutions are buying onto the lit exchange, you know, those orders are going to fill and actually fucks up the CNS system because they can't internalize and continue shoving those orders through CNS over and over again. And so those lit market orders are possibly stealing, you know, the volume that they need for CNS. So it creates competition with the CNS process they're trying to execute, as both are attempting to get you know, long orders from the market to satisfy. I think that the SPY pushes GME. It's just active funds that track indexes, Segan. That's why and theoretically, like, it's not the SPY that pushes anything, right? It's the funds in the SPY or the stocks it tracks going up that move the index up. So you're like several layers out if you're trying to infer that like the SPY moves a stock. And the SPY is an ETF that tracks the index, so it's even further removed. Yeah, they can't just pause their buying. Not a fan of oil ETFs. I don't have any problem with them. How long have you been day trading full time? A little over 3 years now. GME is pushing the SPY up. No, that's ridiculous. SPY looks exactly like Apple. Yeah, Apple has a lot of influence on the SPY. XRT covering affects all ETFs, so SPY and GME run simultaneously. No. Also, I don't think they're covering XRT to any great degree. When I woke up this AM, GME sea shanties were in my head. So what's going on? We shilling for BBBY now? I missed the internal memo. Yeah. You know, if you checked your fucking emails, Gaff, you would know. Apple live stream should make SPY go boom boom. If it's bullish. Why would rig dive if we just confirmed a likely expansion of US oil drilling? I mean, it did. I just played the technicals, so I got out up here. Who's to say that they're going to be the beneficiary of that expansion? I don't know shit about this company. For the real questions, as somebody frequently fantasizes, PyFi, can you confirm or deny the claim that Lady VWAP's carpet matches the drapes, or does she in fact have hardwood floors? What did Turd send you? I don't know. Did Turd send me stuff? Ooh, stuff. Rebalances on the 18th. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's got to be like I thought it was on the 21st, but it's got to be at the end of the quarter, right? When does it have to be complete by though? Like how many days do they have to complete their rebalance? That's the question, because I know that's not the final day. Unless they do it after hours. Deutsche Bank Securities fined $2 million over best execution issues. Yeah. No, because the supply is being... So Biden announced, you know, they're going to be supplying more oil, right? Give it a minute, because as soon as that, you know, supply is unrealized, then it will shoot back up again. Maybe go over your layout in WeBull and show some plugins and their benefits. This is the default layout, Tim Franklin. You can select it by choosing defaults and or reset to default, and then you'll have this, which is what I use. I chatted with Gigi on AOL Instant Messenger and asked him how long the rebalance has to complete. He just shrugged his shoulders and said, probably. Sounds about right. Why not sell some BBBY CCs on this pump? I already sold some. And these aren't fund settled yet, so I can't sell anything off of them. You're still considering rolling your GME positions end of day to July or further? No. I have April 14th. I'm probably I had no intention of rolling them today anyway. I was gonna roll them on the 10th. I think I'm gonna hold them through the 18th though. probably into the 22nd, or I'll roll them into earnings when IV is high. Give a tutorial on this so-called default setup. No, because WeBull doesn't pay me money. There are only about 60 million barrels in strategic petroleum reserve. They've already released half. We consume 20 million barrels per day, a drop in the bucket. What's about to cost more by the end of the month? A full tank of gas or 1 share of GMA? Good question. Our Lady who art above us, view out be thy name. Thy attendees come, thy deed done, in practice as it is in theory. Give us this day our daily gains, and forgive us our bearishness, as we forgive those who bet against us. Lead us not into degeneracy, but deliver us from the losses. For thine is the market and the profits and the money forever and ever. Riku. You forgot Theta, but anyway. Riku. What can you explain what happened to the price of nickel today? It went up. It went up yesterday, actually. Oil shippers is going to take a hit too. Several have boats sitting in the Black Sea waiting to load in case of an announcement. Now they all got to return to port empty. Assign a probability that Apple announces something with with GMA? I have no fucking idea, man. You're a New Yorker. New York Red Bulls or NYCFC? I don't know what either of those two things are. Are those sports, like sports balls? T+3 to compete after the 18th. T+3 to complete? Okay. That's so March 23rd, 24th. Fuck, maybe I do need to roll. I'm not rolling today. Apple doesn't typically announce partnerships at these events. They don't want to focus on their products. Yeah. I love when people with 40-gallon tanks, they get 50 miles per gallon, complain about gas prices. I drive my car once a month. And it gets good gas mileage, so it's just like, I don't really care what gas costs. Apple chanced Apple and GMA partnerships is about 0.00069%. Nice analysis. What if Apple announces partnerships with GMA but can't say what it's with because RC had them sign some crazy NDA, thus further denying the world future guidance on GMA? All of GME's forward guidance are going to be announced through other companies. That's already been the case, right? With Loopring and IMX. It's interesting how people don't understand how long it takes to increase production. Yeah, they don't. This is one of the other things I don't like about mining speculation or oil speculation is that it takes forever for them to fucking do anything. Like years and years. When will we gain more insight into what's happening with our friend Melvin? Probably never. GME could fucking squeeze and come down and trade for years before you ever knew anything about what actually caused it. If you ever do. sold my car in January for April 125s. Why didn't you sell them when we were at 130 then? I get it. Everyone's still making the same mistake of waiting for the bigger run. Don't do that. Capture profits, or you will just fucking be down and out. So you're saying there's a chance if you live in an area that has no, I wasn't. If you live in an area that has good roads and does not have extreme winter, check out used Honda Clarity hybrids or used Priuses. You think the market will spike when COVID restrictions get taken off in April and May? Maybe. I'm sure if you spoke about it yet, but what is the nickel situation? Russia has nickel. Russia's not exporting nickel anymore. Nickel price go up. And now BUI. What? I'm thinking Apple will announce their AR/VR headset today for use in the metaverse. Cool. Gert just bought 451. Spy calls 414 expiration date. What do you think? Well, you're asking me what I think of them after you bought them. I think loose. I mean, they might go up just because of the like. I mean, no, I don't like it. That's way too fucking far out of the money. Greedy as shit. I'll just be honest with you. A bounce here on 120 probably won't take us higher than 430 or 438. And this could turn around overnight if anything further develops out of the conflict. There's a reason cheap out of the money options are cheap. I lost nearly 150K last year in unrealized gains, not capturing profits on GME contracts. Yeah, a lot of people have. Sorry, late to the stream. What's has the spy running? US is the new big oil supplier for the world, apparently. GME shows us this doll where the hedgy statue. How long has XRT been on Reg Show? Since December 17th. I know Ortex doesn't really have an accurate loan borrowed, but the shares to borrow is 100%, yet total amount keeps dropping. Is that DRS? Could be. All this greed I've been having from options gains, it's getting dangerously high to the point I'll turn into a pig rather than a bull or a bear. Interesting. I don't like this wheat move. Wait, get out of the monies. Where do I double down? I don't understand why wheat's dropping. Ow. Didn't feel good. No. Over 18 million DRS and you DRS 20%. What? Do you capture profits even on leaps? Yeah. So much buy pressure on GME. We fell by the exchange limit in the futures market. Interesting. What happened to rig? Fell off a cliff. Australia exports natural gas. DRS numbers going up 2 million every week. Definitely happening. Yeah, I mean, this week calls like $14 strike. Average is like 7 to 8 over the last 5 years. What's the thought process there? Expectations and increase price of wheat over the next quarter. Oh, talked about the earnings. I mean, I'm sure they will be, as long as you know, a materially relevant amount of the float is held in DRS. I'm sure they'll continue to announce it. Are you buying any XLE calls? No, you're supposed to watch leaps turn into 0 DTEs. It's like Tamagotchi. Next AMD resistance. 110. It's on a shorter time frame. 109. Like this range right here. I don't need this one. This range right here. Yeah. 108.93, 109. That'll be the next resistance point. Streaming the Apple announcement. No. Is everyone just all full of hopium again? Oh, that's so irritating. Didn't wheat crash because brokers made it PCA position close only, no buying, no upward pressure? Did they? I don't know, but I'm about to take some money off the table here. I didn't hear that. I know that happened yesterday, but it was just halted because they had to pump more shares into the ECF. do you think needs to happen to get AMD to 150? Waiting out a recovery. The market probably needs to turn around. I think this wheat dip is just traders panicking a little bit. Possibly. I'm waiting, but you never answered my snooze question. I didn't see it, Trina. I'm sorry. They haven't cleared OPEC's obligations. How are they still able to short? They just continue to compound them. Would you give me $10 so I can afford to double down? I'll show GME in a minute. It's not like you can pump and dump a commodity, right? This is a long-term global trend backed move on wheat. You can, commodities can get pumped. What do you do in your off time when not dunking on the market? Research the market? Eat. Why isn't Apple announcement hyped? Because everything is. Rick, I feel distance from you lately. Will you tell me that you love me? I love you. I love you too, Jay Fresh. Wouldn't XRT dividend being on the 18th and the rebalancing happen between the 18th and the 23rd, 24th? Wouldn't it make more sense for them to clear their short position before the 18th? Yes. Doesn't mean they will, but yes. I've officially been a member long enough to birth a pickle baby. Pretty wild to think about. I feel like I missed something about that. Like someone was talking about pickles and giving birth, but now I don't see it in the chat. Whoever that was, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed your message. Fuck off, trash. All right, no one was talking to you. Did you see the new Batman with the Vamp kid at a Regal, or just wait till it comes out at Blockbuster? Yeah, I'll probably just wait for Blockbuster. You talk about Wall Street Bets pulling out of the AMA at the last minute if it was going to be a cross post with Superstock? I mean, I understand why. Maybe they didn't want to talk about nothing but fucking DRS. Or compromised shills. Either way. Yay, we not dead. Cool. Okay, I can stop looking at it now. Thanks, Lady Kim. Wall Street Bets literally turned down Jon Stewart because they're that divisive. I mean, okay. Have you thought about replacing the butterscotch pieces in your nut mix with something like dried cranberries or something healthier? I have lots of healthy things in there. I don't have dried cranberries, but I have tiny slivers of dried mango and those little banana chips. I just bought some bread. You're welcome. Thanks, Tanximus. I needed that. How much raw wheat do you consume daily? How's the shortage affecting your diet and dental health? Not a lot, honestly, but other people do. It's a staple. Stop trying to get attention for your terrible fucking covered call plays, Moonwind. No one cares. If you get assigned again, more MOASS. No, they're not plantain. They're like freeze-dried banana slices. I thought this was a nut mix. It is. It's primarily nuts. Please tell me you like Reese's peanut butter eggs. I do. I will not be watching Apple's announcement. I don't care about Apple's announcement. It means nothing to me. If it makes the price of GME go up, awesome. If it doesn't, I also don't give a shit. And I have Apple calls. So it's like, I really just don't care about the announcement at all. Do you use a quip? I don't know what that is. What's a quip? It's just another thing in a long chain of potential hopium that I don't care about. Like SLGG. I don't care if you care. My stream. Electronic toothbrush, they're dope. I have a Sonic hair toothbrush. I don't know if it's dope. Just use it to brush my teeth. Voting, Bastille Day, NFT dividends, loop rings every fucking announcement, all of IMX's announcements. All of them have meant nothing to me in advance, and ultimately also meant nothing to the price of GameStop's stock. When you finally get your merch store poppin', can you please make the following changes to the VWAP hat? Double puff the VWAP letters with a thin green outline. Whoa, that's too much. That sounds noisy. I will not. Who's hyping Apple? Superstock? Probably. Oh, DRS. That was the other thing I don't give a shit about. Yeah, RC tweets. I cared about DFE tweets because they moved markets. Trying to go in on some Campbell's soup puts. Whoa. I have calls on Campbell's soup. How dare you? Apple releasing a new GameStop themed iPhone. Cool. I don't want to play it because it's probably just inundated with copywritten music. And I'm not demonetizing my stream for Apple ever. That's like simultaneously giving free money to Apple and Google. Fuck no. If you want to watch it, go watch it. I don't care. I'm sure people will. And then they'll come back here and ask me questions about it. It's called IDRS. How many active call and put positions do you manage at a time? I don't know. It varies. Sometimes quite a few. Yeah, I have July calls for wheat. I have it at 11, 12, and 14. My question here on this dip is, do I want to sell my 14s and buy more heavily into 11s? I'm just not sure. But yeah, it's been all over the place lately. I haven't bought any more BBBY calls. I'm still waiting. Kind of pennant, or is it the start of a downward channel? No, it looks fine. Little recovery after the big run. Bounced off the EMA 120. Check this out on the 1 hour. Looks solid. As long as it continues to hold the support, I think it's going to continue moving up. I mean, it just smashed right through that resistance zone. So a little backtracking is to be expected. Don't waste your time on those options. Buy the underlying directly. Purchase bread in bulk from Costco. Freeze it and sell it at a later date. Does CS have cold storage that I could use? Maybe I could DRS my bread. Just because they're the most valuable company in the world doesn't mean I like them. Smooth. I own Apple stock. I don't buy their products though. Isn't Apple, you can hate something and still make money off of it. Isn't Apple one of the most notorious companies who doesn't play with others? Like, hoping for a partnership with them is more of a dream than a million share MOASS. We'll see. Dude, I bought 200 pounds of flour last weekend. For what? XRT gonna break 76? Only time will tell. Price target end of week, end of month based on TA? For what? What's up, Jonathan? Today seemed like OPEX? No, just slightly up. As an investment? You're gonna sell scoops of it to people? For Jimmy's current TA looks like fucking dog shit. But it'll depend. If we bounce like let's say 115, fall back to 110 and then bounce again, that would be bullish. MACD flip should have flipped back green on the daily today. So I'd be watching that for bullish divergence, but I wouldn't say that the price target is currently very high. Not until we cross like gamma neutral again. And then we have a chance to really move. And that won't happen until we hit 111. So we're still a little ways off. I had access to 285,000 square feet cold storage for your bread, 490,000 square feet for your oil. Same building, cold storage has 70k square feet and 0-degree freeze. Ooh. Interesting. Is the storage for the oil sealed? Like the ground is sealed? It has to meet EPA regulations. Somewhere to put my oil. We'll talk more about this. How far will cat run? I want to play the downside since I missed the upside. What downside? Fucking analyst price targets are like 250, 260. I mean, I think it can fail the test at 226 potentially, but it can go higher. If it breaks 226, it's just gonna keep going. When does quad witching occur, Mr. Fi? 318. A GME partnership with BBBY makes so much sense. A partnership like that would open up types of products they sell and continue to develop their same-day shipping feature. Also, everyone should change the audio to English audio descriptions for the montages. Voiceover describing on-screen actions for the visually impaired, but amazing descriptions. Huh. Apple introducing 2 new colors for an already existing phone. Revolutionary. Of course, I mean, yeah. Apple only does revolutionary things since Steve Jobs died. Oil and bread stored together, same container. Huh. The ground has to be sealed. This is the problem I'm running into, Hartley, is there's not a lot of, there's ironically not a lot of oil storage in the Northeast US. Or if there is, I have no idea where to find it. I'll probably not take delivery, right? I'll probably just close my contracts. But I want to. You taking my lunch now and notice the price of GME? Did you DRS your shares or something? No. Did you expect this price movement for GME today? I expected a bounce. This is a little more than that, but I was thinking like 105-ish. Could you stop FTDing the 129 song? I'm late today, but why did we see price improvement? Market bounced. Little pressure on the CNS system drives the price up. Rebalancing purposes, could you say 1 or 2 bearish things about GME? No. It's a great deal at these prices. Have you talked about CAT today? Just getting in the stream, but up 600% on March 18-200s from the other week. Paper. I've talked about CAT a bunch. It's looking great. I'm also big up. I think a lot of people in here are big up on cat right now. It's beautiful. If it consolidates back to like 210 and starts to see a bounce, I'll probably buy even more of it. Just bury a rail car. As long as your state doesn't require double wall containment, you're all good. I think it does. With thoughts on Zim? How many? Wheat dead again? It's not looking great. I don't know what's going on with it. Little consolidation from too much speculation. I don't think it's dead. I'm just considering moving my wheat $14 calls down to like 11 and 12 and consolidating my position nearer the money. Former boss is the CFO of Zim. Fun fact, very smart guy. Huh. Is it strange that I imagine Moonwind as a little Asian man who stands at the craps table betting on Big Red to hit so the whole table loses as he enjoys cigarettes by the dozen? Sort of. It's a bit strange. Did you see the market recession further sell off into summer and potentially later in the year? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like the market's turning around right now. The wheat movement, whether futures or wheat ETF, is unprecedented. Please take caution in profits going along at these high prices. I agree. It's fair to say that you played GME Leaps 6 months in combination with your cycles theory, that you'd be massively up on GME. 6 months plus in combination with your cycles theory. Depending on when you bought in. Discord down? I don't think so. Is it? Live audio. It says I'm projecting my voice across the internet. Everyone's Discord is down. Any chance you could hire an American Sign Language interpreter for your streams, as I'm not able to watch the stream and can only listen? Anyway, Discord down in California. Discord's up for me. Lol, what? So I think I crashed Discord servers by trying to upload a photo of Gherkin Zeus. Don't fuck with the gods, like K. The Greek gods are scary. If you disparage them, they will turn into animals and come and fuck you in the night, which is frightening. That's far scarier than burning in hell. He's saying you should get a sign language, but he's also saying he's blind and can only hear you. I know. Apple moving into VR headsets. Awesome. That's where my fear of antelopes comes from. It's reasonable. Midwest down. You think there's institutional fuckery within the energy drilling oil companies that have 300 to 400% of the last days, weeks, rigs, Envis, Marps, 9, Husa? Is it just demand with war going on? It's speculation of demand. Greg, any public statement on ongoing war between myself and the 1K, 3K apes? Who the fuck are 1K, 3K apes? And what's the war? I don't pay attention to this. Is this some sort of Reddit drama? Fun fact, backup generators run on oil. Gabe Plotkin for mod. He'll bet the stream goes down and thus it will always stay up. 3K end of day, 3K end of day, 3K end. Oh, it's the people in Discord saying 1K or 3K end of day. We're fucking up $8 and down $8 from yesterday. Still, relax. Did Apple announce that GME is buying them yet? I mean, if they want to buy out GME, but I don't know what GME would have that they would want besides, well, I guess maybe retail stores. That'd be cool. Does Apple want more retail stores? No. Microsoft does. Can you look at Clove and see if it has the potential to run? It doesn't. If the Apple announces good, what top price do you think it will hit? I don't know. Like 170, I think was my price target. 165 and 170. I have to go look at my pickles picks. I don't remember. Oh, fuck you, Discord. And now my Discord's down too. This is bullshit. Does anybody remember what my price target was for Apple? I have 165s and 170s, but I don't remember what I actually targeted as the price for the move. No, it wasn't 176. It's too high. Let me see if I have the chart still. I don't think I do, though. I think I deleted it. I did. Yeah, 175. On the high end, 175. On the low, or 160, sorry, 165 on the low end, 175 on the high end. Roughly. If it broke 165, that's tested 175, 180. Yeah, that sounds about right. Do you take vacations? No. What's your favorite barbecue and why is it Kansas City? It's not. It's like or North Carolina. Is Discord down due to DRS? Maybe. Is DRS down? The price target for Apple was talked about earlier in the stream. Go back and watch it. It's 2x speed. Not proposing tinfoil, but could this price action be the start of continued uptrend into earnings that acts as an early settlement of marked long exposure, OPEX exposure, No, this is the market putting pressure on CNS and slightly driving the price up. Mustard. I don't like the vinegar one. The only fun I have about RC is an investment in Apple. I hate that company. It's fair. I'm not a big fan either. I like South Carolina too. I've had barbecue in Kansas City. It was okay. But I don't know if the place I went to was that good. Mustard South, maybe it's South Carolina. Okay. I'm not a barbecue connoisseur. What the hell, man? I was gonna do that. Oh, well, get fucked, Carl. Here. Guess you're driving price up as a birthday gift for me tomorrow. Probably that Trump's market action. Possibly. It's GameStop's present to you. Reminder that the bear run on the market was started by software company earnings taking big hits due to Apple changing their privacy terms. They do what they want. Got a friend who owns a heavy fuels and oil distribution firm for the marine industry. He's checking out his sources for storage here. How much space do you need approximately? It's like 3,000 barrels. I don't know how much space that takes up. Fuck you, JC. March 17th, Patty's Day, 10's Day from Hammer's tweet, Father's birthday. That is all NFA. How would that ever be construed as financial advice? New model of the iPad Air doesn't have a price increase or seems bullish, but really shows their egregious profit margin. Yeah. We need a raise. How do I ask for one? Just demand one. Tell your boss that you've been degenerately gambling on stocks and that your current salary doesn't support that. 200,000 gallon tank. Spotify is down by pets. Is fucking Discord still down? This is horseshit. Huh. Yet it still says I'm live. How's the rowing machine? It looks nice in the room it's in. It really pulls the aesthetic together. Perfect idea. I really have been spending too much on avocado toast these days. It's been cutting into my 0 DTEs. Silly. Human centipede becomes real. I have a spare third bedroom. The ground is sealed by fake wood floors, and I could take 5 to 6 barrels. What do you think? Nah, I'm alright. Is Rig gonna dump more? I don't know. I don't own it anymore. I don't care what happens to it. Discord servers in Western Europe are fine. Huh. Yeah, no, I'm still on Discord, but Discord is also apparently not up someplace. That's probably an AWS outage. It's almost like centralizing all of the internet and 1 or 2 server banks was a terrible idea. TeamSpeak? That'd be insane. No, I would never want that. If we're doing well now, does that mean after CNS we could go much higher by end of day? No. Apple announces new chip called M1 Ultra, which seems like a wildly bad name. You don't like Unabomber references on your updated your updated Apple chips trash? Do you know anything about Mulan? Small EV company heavily shorted has been pumping hard this week. Yeah, that's about it. That's what I know about it. So doing with 1099B, and I know one thing I have most of you boys beat at. I'm only red for 2021 around 15K. Ha. Didn't you say that already? Did you say that twice, Daniel Taylor? Shill? Are you shilling your own negative portfolio balance? I thought you lost far more than that trying to do your 0 DTE spy plays. I just signed in. You look bored. A little bit. People keep talking about Apple. It's just like, I don't care. It's taking the wind out of my sails, if you will. You jaundiced? No, I think my camera's just fucked up. Are my eyes yellow? I can turn the brightness up so I look less yellow. Is that better? I can really bump it. Jesus Christ. I wonder how bright this gets. Oh, fuck with this now. It's a diffuser. Oh, is that the thing for the light? I like this. It gives me like a divine aura. No, I've done that in the past where I've changed myself green. It's been a moderately successful indicator of price action. Any plan to play Elden Ring on boring GME days? I'm thinking about it because I really want to play it. Well lit, Kirk. Clip it. So you put a filter on. I can go dark too, like this. Whisper sweet nothings in everyone's ears. I can't believe people watch this shit all day. My Discord audio works fine. Internet companies must just be cutting off the pores. Reg Show 203 B3. After 13 consecutive days of being on said list, they must close out these FTDs. So what am I not understanding? It's the order in which they close them out. Probably. Time for me to rewind that back after I'm done listening to Apple garbage. I've got to find my PS4 controller for my computer. I don't know where the fuck it is. Apple just wrecked Intel and AMD. Did they? What do you think would come first? You beat Elden Ring or MOASS? I could probably beat Elden Ring fast. I'm on my third cycle of profitably selling and buying back CSPs on wheat. Do you think it'll take some profits next time you're green? It's moving so fast in a channel here. Probably. I almost want to day trade it because of how quickly it's moving. I'm thinking about it, at least. But its support and resistances aren't really fleshed out in the price range it's trading at, so it's risky. They announced a 2-chip chip. AMD has like 9 chiplets. If you get a PS5 controller, Xbox controller, connects, it works better on PC than PS4. Also, good luck. Elden Ring is massive. Comes the massive GME dump. Really? It looks like we just failed 2 tests of like 108 and now we're consolidating. Is Elden Ring like linear? Like can it be beat or is it like a Breath of the Wild thing where it just takes years of fucking with it? Oh, okay. It's both? That's like Breath of the Wild for grown-ups. But Breath of the Wild was for grown-ups. Open world, linear campaign. Okay. Bank of America says, hello, $200 a barrel oil. Should I buy another 100 shares of BBBY? As long as this fucker doesn't break 30. this week. Today's Tuesday, right? Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna go get some food or something. I think I have some pizza in my fridge. I have a salad or something too. Do we want to watch both of these stocks do the exact same thing all day? Or do we want to just watch one of them in a big picture? Go row? Oh, but then I want to be like sweaty. How long am I gonna row for? Like 5 minutes? One wheat. Watch neither. You should add 3 or 4 more stocks to the stream so we can't see any of them. I don't like sweating. There will be no rowing streams. This isn't a fitness channel, obviously. Do a 500-meter sprint. It'll take you 2 minutes tops. Fine. Take profits in AMD, or can it run more? I mean, it can run more. I think it's just now getting up to its like delta neutral. You wouldn't be able to hear me rowing if I left the mic on. It's in a different room. Something just weird happened. I put a call order for $2 above the ask, and somehow it didn't fill. It immediately canceled, but it was an unusual buffer of time. There's like some weird server outages going on, so maybe it's that. How good do you think RC's quant guys are? What do you think they figure about BBWI calls? Selling during a MOASS they know has to happen by January 2023. That might be a bit far-fetched, but any ideas? No. Wheat sprung up. Yeah, I know. All right, I'll be back. All right. I'm famous. You're not going to believe what happened. What happened? Apple used pickle and flow. Is that royalty free music? I don't know, probably. I can verify they definitely used your outro. I thought Ben wrote that. Ben needs to fucking sue Apple if that's the case. So is it was this song? Why do people yank off to the 100% utilization posts on SS? Dumb. Ending work early? I mean, I'm sponsored by Apple now, apparently. I don't believe you guys. Just trolling me. Do you feel like it's a dip before the rip week? I don't know. We'll see. If they'd covered OPEX already, we would have gone straight down. There would be no bounce back. So far, I'm down 4K in options calls thanks to Gherk. How's it thanks to me? You bought them. I didn't fucking hold a gun to your head. Do you think those ETF shares used to short OPEX window result in covering after the earnings call? Potentially. Who's that guy who DM'd me on the Discord with the $100,000 he made on Cat? I don't know if Discord's still down. It wasn't really down for me. Do you know Max Payne and Delta Neutral? Max Payne's at 118. Delta Neutral's at 107, I believe. What was Delta Neutral? Hold on, let me double check that. Delta Neutral at 104.57. So we're just above it right now. We'll probably bounce off it. My local Blockbuster closed because of Gehrig. Do you play puts on Cat on the way down? Only if it rejects the support after it falls through it. So Cat has to, for me to buy puts on Cat, it has to break out, fall through the support, and then get rejected. And then I'll buy puts here. I made $300 off Apple options today. Thanks for putting that gun to my head, Kirk. You think if you knew nothing about the stock market and learned all your verbiage from SS, you would call every up squeezing and every down crime? Oh, guys, was there no announcement about GameStop? No announcement that they stole your music. People keep saying that. Maybe they think I'm like a far larger GameStop influencer than I am. No problem, dude. I think this community may have taught me to fish. Realized 35% on Apple calls, 90%, 190% on rig, 15% on cat. Congrats, dude. Everyone was driving me nuts for like 2 hours about Apple announcing GameStop partnerships and if I was gonna watch it. I don't give a shit about Apple's product release thing. Speaking of which, why is Apple falling off a cliff? Too much FOMO? What did they do wrong? Just nothing? No hype? The spy's falling off a cliff because Apple is. Took some profits off cat this morning. I'm waiting for it to consolidate in this range here before moving up more. So if it consolidates and bounces, I'm gonna buy more. If it consolidates and falls through VWAP and starts trending down back under 210, I'm gonna sell out of my position. Did Apple release a bunch of overpriced electronics to a crowd of people that are dealing with an economic crisis? That should blow over well. My portfolio is finally diversified. I don't only have GME. Did you buy some GMED by accident? Have you sold your weeklies? For what? For Apple? I didn't have weeklies. I have April 14s. Wasn't going to pay for IV. 74,000 wheels to go. $74,000 wheels to go on your MacBook. Sounds useful. You just don't get it. They made the charger universal. It's revolutionary. Pure innovation. Economy iPhone. It's good to know that they're in touch. No, it's now 100% rig. Jesus Christ. Wheat's crawling back up. Oh, nice. Mhm. Looks like everything took a hit. What's up, DV? If you were in good standing on SS, they would be saying Apple was trying to send secret messages to GME shareholders. I mean, they'll probably say that anyway, or some people will. Some people are already thinking it. From now on, the second one, anyone writes down a stock ticker that sounds remotely interesting, I liquidate my portfolio and go all in like a swarm of locusts. 46-48 minute mark of the stream for your song. I'll check it out later. Is XRT the driving force behind GME generally? GME is in over 100 different ETFs. XRT is one of the most abused. I know Rig is really exciting right now, but can you take a look at... Ha! Nice try. I'm gonna write you a love letter about it, but thanks for teaching us how to fish. I got a lot of really good exits on positions today, and I'm enjoying not having to ride out this downtick. No problem, Trash. Translation: I love you so much. You're the best. Thanks, Gherk. That's all I hear. You can... This is what I'm gonna do from now on, I think. I think I'm just gonna give out fucking hot stock tips whenever GME is down, so I don't have to listen to the depression in chat. Yeah. Then I can front run you all and sell cover calls at the peak. What happened if all of retail was to sell their shares? Would it be in favor to the short hedge funds for us to hold our stock forever? I mean, if they sold them all at once, Crawford, well, that would cause a massive share recall, wouldn't it? One of these days, I'm gonna write you a love letter about it, and you're gonna see why I'm a terrible boyfriend. TikTok. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It means we will drop with our announcement, just like Apple. So, should I be 100% in on what next exactly? Goat. It's hit a bottom. It's ready to rip. Popcorn trader. This is the entry you've been waiting for. It actually can't go any lower. Go collect that monetized money from Apple. I don't think I could file a copyright strike for a song that I didn't write. That seems uncool. As soon as Discord is back up, I'll have a love letter in your DMs. I'm literally liquidating my 401k as we speak. I just YOLO'd into goat. Thanks. Good luck with that. It's cheaper than Dogecoin. I've 10 weeklies. I goat. Ah. And the exuberance dies. Speaking of Dogecoin, are you still holding? Fuck no. I sold that shit at like 35 cents. I could have sold it at 70, but I think the real question is are Dogecoin still holding? Are they buying the dip? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's mean. It's not as bad as SHIB. Nobody knew Elon was going to vanish. We all should have sold at 70 cents. Coworker YOLO'd 40K into SHIB post rip. Jesus Christ. As a new guy, can you tell me how to take profits and not lose money? When you buy into something and it's green, sell it. Are $20 311 BBY CCs safe? Isn't BBBY trading at like $22? How would that be safe? That's you're talking about selling an in the money covered call? What if you're red green colorblind? Change the colors? I think you can. Most platforms have some option for that. They have like a plus symbol. Correct. Selling an in the money CC. I don't see how in the world that would be safe. I mean, do you just want to sell your BBBY at $2 less than it's currently trading at? I assume that you think it's going to trend back down to its max pan, but I don't think so. That's what we call a pro trader move. When did you sell your out of the money GME calls? Do you plan to buy back in? Probably not that far out of the money now. Tightening up my position yesterday. Been away for a bit, but was meaning to ask who can I sold my March 18s. What I had left of them. Can I talk about a refund on my Feb 18s? They didn't pan out the way I thought they would. I mean, yeah, just call like Fidelity or whoever your brokerage is and let them know. Oh, Bye Bye Baby was part of Toys R Us. No, that's Babies R Us. Use GME shares as collateral for that leveraged goat play. Why are there so many webcam bots today? It's they sense the sexual tension in the stream and they're there to provide. Baby Saurus? I think BBY has to close the gap at 17. No, nothing ever has to close a gap. Feels like it's so easy for them to squash the price on low volume, but it takes GameStop to find a cure for cancer to go up 10%. Oh, dude, if they found a cure for cancer, they'd get shorted into oblivion. General market question. Seeing Apple just follow the SPY during their event. Other way around. I mean, no one cared or SPY followed Apple. SPY follows Apple. Not Apple follows SPY. Girk, now that my 401k is gone, can you please help me with my retirement plan? Wait, I thought you bought GOAT. I thought that was your retirement plan. Oh, you're fucked, dude. Finding a cure for cancer is a surefire way to go out of business. Yeah. That's fucked up, but very true. I can't buy GOAT? I thought you took delivery. Did you leave your goats in the CS parking lot again, Popcorn Trader? I think it's irresponsible of you to just not have any shareholding in your own company. It's very Adam Aaron. Yeah, Discord's down. I'm not your financial advisor. Jesus. CRISPR Therapeutics started diabetes type 1 trials like 2 months ago. No wonder they're getting slaughtered. Did you notice that M went up 10% today? I didn't. It's super compelling though. My financial advisor is Matt Kors. Yeah, Discord probably uses AWS. You may not be my financial advisor, but you're the one I think of in my dreams. Whatever works for you, Darth. You think RC will buy a steak and goat and send a letter to the board? I'm just gonna start buying one share of stock and writing letters and publishing them in the Wall Street Journal. Can we do that? I'm gonna, I'm gonna write a letter to BBBY. I'll be like, I now own fucking 5,000 shares of your stock, your common stock. Heed my words. Would you sell weeklies on BBY? I'm thinking I already did. I sold them yesterday at 30. I'm trying to lower my cost basis, which is far higher than I wanted it to be. As a not that beneficial owner. Cat making another move. Did it bounce? Yep. Yes, it is. Ooh. Buy more. Caterpillar. The money machine. I bought through selling puts. Cost basis is below 15 now. Nice. I want them to sell Bye Bye Baby to GameStop. Then they both recall shares simultaneously. Can you explain to me why there's so much spamming about GOAT? It was a joke. You missed it. You're out of the loop. I bought options as a strategic investment on 4 plane rides to keep me busy. Only read 10 pages total, and now my back hurts. Bullish. I'm surprised they didn't throw you off the flight. Can we take the baby out of the Bed Bath and Beyond water? I suppose. Looks like May 130 puts just came in. 820k. Has your indicator that found sends popped up anything about ENVX? No. Can you check out HGen and take a small position? I know all about it. No, and also no. What song's in your noggin? I don't have a song in my noggin. Oh, it was the Oompa Loompa song. Someone said something about sending pacifiers to babies who can't hold their shares. And then for some reason that made me think of the Oompa Loompa song. From the OG one, not the new one. It's garbage. When BBBY product review bathtub stream, I told you guys that RC Ventures was moving this to I was moving this to a beauty stream. You're the dumbest financial channel ever, Trash Dan. Can I offer you a rig in these trying times? I sold at the peak. I'll give you another shot at that if you want to think a better comeback. No, that's the comeback I wanted. Well, thanks, Jaden. Missed the whole stream as I had to go to the office for the first time in 6 months. That sounds like bullshit. Calls on those UGG bed sheets though. Tell me about that bounce off of VWAP. What about it? It's bullish. It's a bullish bounce. RC rise 10% of the stream and send you a letter. Can't buy wheat on Fidelity? Huh. Interesting. Why? I swear calls it goat, you BlackRock shill. Long time shit poster, first time listening to the stream. Have you addressed the stock AMC? Yeah. I'm sure I missed it. When do all RC's calls expire? 2023, January. Girk DDoS Discord to get YouTube views. Smack my head. It's actually genius. Why do I have a live audio of the stream? If I make everyone listen to me here, I can make like 14 more cents a day. Fuck. How did I miss that? Will RC's ADC on BBBY actually go in the money this year? Maybe. I mean, he seems to think so. You have Discord audio for the same reason you're too lazy to learn how to cross stream. It's not laziness. It's an unwillingness to exert myself any further on this endeavor. Were you here for that day where I tried to do the Matt Cores and like trades like energy thing? That put me to sleep. I had the Uncle Bruce bed sheets off his Perks Redbubble connection. Well, okay, I didn't. Wait, there's Uncle Bruce bed sheets. What the fuck? Have you ever taken all your GFVs to take profits instead of holding overnight? Yeah. IBKR has instant deposit. Any margin account should have instant deposit. That's why you should exploit your fans and make us set up the cross stream for you. You sounded more PewDiePie than trades. I tried. No, I know. I'm not getting. I'm not getting rid of the Discord audio. It is down frequently though. What are your current positions for Caterpillar? I have April 190s and 195s. I have June 190s and 195s and 200s. And then I have March 18th 200s and 205s. And I am waiting for my order to fill on March 18th 210s. Which I don't think is going to happen because it's not going to fall back down. Well, maybe it will. It's pretty close. Do you use a margin account without actually risking using margin? Yes. Don't spend more than you have in the account. Anybody using TDA or TOS out there? I don't know if this is just rolled out recently, but TOS is a web app now. It's pretty good. I'm surprised at how snappy and cool it is. I don't fuck with TDA. I don't like them. I found the loophole. Make @TrashDan the admin and have him set up your Twitch. Then he's not a mod, but has power. Boom. Loophole. I'm not sure power is something TrashDan needs more of. I can't get PyFi to upload emotes, and you guys think he's gonna set up his Twitch account and cross stream? Apparently. Don't get me started about Streamlabs. Listen, I research and trade stocks. The social media thing is not my milieu. Forte. Yeah, they both work. How much is the market tank if the queen dies? Probably not a lot. Speaking of TDA, they have the lowest allowed limit price now, about 225% the ask. Fidelity at 300, Vanguard at like 1,000, something higher. Fidelity's at 600, I think, 600%. Why does it matter? Discord's back up. Awesome. If it's not your forte, haha, wow, wouldn't it be handy to have someone else do it for you? Especially if they're a particularly funny and handsome deck. I noticed that you haven't updated your YouTube deck with an eye patch. I think that's the end of this conversation. The Queen's death is already priced in. Boris is about to call you out at the UN. Oof. Thanks, Samuel Lewis. Wheat subject to regulatory circuit breaker. Right now? When? It was yesterday, it was. Calls on GOAT to short squeeze Putin out of seller box. Is Putin trying to seller box Ukraine? Oh. Well, a little bit. My cat calls didn't fill. Oh well. Nice trash. How does this relate to Elden Ring? I don't think it does. Is Biden the ultimate short hedge fund as he seller boxes the entire Russian economy? Sort of. This is the only place I feel accepted. That's not saying much. Well, you know, you're here. If you want your cat calls to fill, just dress provocatively and walk by some construction workers. Does that work? Are construction workers really like, I feel like that's just a stereotype. McDonald's is temporarily halting all operations in Russia, puts on them their Slav burger with double squats as their top seller in all of Eastern Hemisphere. Huh. Like an episode of Interdimensional Cable. What's your cost basis on BBBY, and is it too late to get in? My current cost basis is at like $24 and like 43 cents, something like that. I'm hoping to lower it with some covered calls and possibly some additional buying at a lower price. No, we don't do that anymore. Yes, construction workers are like that. Is there a lot of cat calling going on in the frozen tundra you live in? That's the worst part by far about cold climates. Greg, if you walk past construction workers with your wrists and calves exposed, you'll get some cat calls. Maybe. I can add them to my position. My BBY cost basis is just above 24. I mean, so's mine. I'm a better trader than you. My 3 shares sit high and mighty above yours. Fair. Have you inboxed you a video and found and pie-fied. What's this? Nothing's loading, so whatever I've been sent on Discord, I can't see. You have fucking terrible handwriting. Parentheses on ones? I would just say it's fair to refer to your calves as bodacious. Thanks, Danimals. Keep that on the DL, though. I knew it was fucking Tristan. Ha! It's scientifically proven that there are less catcalls in a warmer climate. I feel like there'd be more in a warmer climate. Because when everyone's wearing like parkas, you really don't know what you're gonna unpack when you bring them home. It's like a surprise. Do you expect traditional Big Short after earnings next week? I don't know. Do you expect shitty earnings? The fact that he didn't count anyways means that he doesn't love you or he can't count. Well, since we know that the former is false, it must be the latter. Tristan Daniels is the Clark Kent to my Superman. There's a CPI guillotine, or we eat cake. I don't know. What if inflation's down 1.1? The market will just rip. Yeah, the oil ban from Russia is on. So you're shilling broke Discord or what? Not until after Microsoft buys them. Then we're gonna negotiate. Are you better at cooking than your mom? Rumors earnings are supposed to be good and better than estimates, but it's a rumor. Ooh. Since earnings is on a Thursday, 1DTEs are on the table, and it's Q4, which is the best quarter for retail and traditionally positive. It poses a pretty big risk for the shorts, no? Yeah, also 318 is the futures expiration date. and XRT rebalance date. Don't think there won't be YOLOs. There will be. I just think they're a terrible idea. Whomst among this group would ever YOLO? No one. You think XRT rebalance will be a net sell of GME? No. There'll be a lot of buying of GME. Time in hands, baby. This is a lot, Average Joe. I've just viewed this. That's intense. What am I supposed to do with that? Is that like an intro? Thanks, David. I appreciate that, man. So you say RC scheduled the earnings to the point where YOLOs can have the most leverage out of the entire year? I didn't say that. You said that. Technically, if futures expire, they don't have to be delivered on until the following week. And XRT doesn't have to complete its rebalancing for T+3. I read an abridged version of options as a strategic investment, and it just said YOLO into 0 DTEs. Curious. I've never read that version. CERN is boosting. Can you simulate trading events in high volatility? I mean, yeah, you can, like on TDA and the paper trading, you can rewind to like a high volatility day and try to trade it. Cat finally coming back. It never died. It was just consolidating a little. Cat's only going up forever. Thank you, Girk, for the full bull clip. I think it's what everyone needs to hear. Since you stress that everyone needs more patience, I've applied to medical school. Okay. Well, yeah, good for you. Was it too late to in on Cat? I was thinking of buying some 2-month out calls. It's not too late, but you have to be very careful with your entries. There's not a lot of stability in the price movement at these ranges, so you really have to be careful. Fun fact, some Canadian restaurants are removing the name poutine on their menus for fries, cheese gravy to take a jab at Putin. Okay. Do companies usually stay quiet close to earnings and wait to disclose any information in an investor call? Yeah, generally. Cat could be a decent straddle right now. No. It's not only is it holding the resistance, it bounced on it. Cat still continues to look bullish for the upside. I expect it to possibly move up into like the 217 to 226 range. Changing Putin will definitely show Putin strong and courageous move. It's ridiculous. Is supporting Ukraine now like a fucking meme? Maybe people should take it a little more seriously because there's people dying, children, women, families. I don't know. Bobo and YOLO ECS plus GOAT. I'm about to be rich. Fuck yeah. Just really GME above the cat price for old time's sake. It's just disgusting how quickly like small businesses capitalize on social trends. They're like, oh, we don't sell Russian mules or Moscow mules anymore. Fuck off. People find morale in strange places. I guess. Do you expect the cat can move even if the market drops? It depends which part of the market drops. Thoughts on CRISPR? I own some of it. Figured I'd go long on immortality. Just in case it ever becomes a thing. Restaurant near me that's been closed for months called the Russia House got vandalized recently. I think RC is going to sell CCs on his BBBY position to pay for GME weeklies. Did you actually hear about the diabetes trials? No. I've owned it for a long time. You guys seeing Clove today? It's doing stuff. Insiders are going to dump bags on whoever's chasing it. How do you not get why that's funny? What is a 3-meat poutine? Oh. So it's gravy, cheese, and French fries plus meats? It's fucking disgusting. All jokes aside, can we rip? I'd like to roll my position into an engagement ring. Might roll your position into a divorce. What do you think of March 25th, 120C? I don't know. What do you think of it? Think it'll print? Should I buy some? Could RC buying into BBBY be his play to cash in during MOASS? Could be. She doesn't know my holdings. Diamonds or cubes? Sounds like you're off to a great start. Is having a baby a good long-term investment, especially in this economy? They were the original insurance policy. Well, you gotta have a lot of them. And then you have to make sure it's so complicated, right? Like you have to have a lot of them for them to be a good insurance policy. You can't just have one, because if you have one and it turns out to be a piece of shit, you're screwed, right? So you have to have at least like 8. Then you have to make all 8 of them think that you really care about them individually, which is going to be not easy. And I don't know, the price you pay for theta is unreal. Then you have to raise them, right? Like you have to pay that premium every month. And it only gets more expensive the older they get. They're going to live with you till they're 35. Thank you for the full bull clip. I think that's what everyone thought they needed to hear. Since you stressed that everyone needs more cadence, so I wrote you a haiku. Oh, thank you so much, Gaff. I didn't receive it. RC post red pill, apes obsess over matrix code. Now who is the shill? They failed OPEX because they could not cover. Does that mean it go? That mean it. Does that mean when it does get force covered, will it be more VUP than if they would have just covered on the day? Not necessarily. It depends on how much they have to cover, right? If it's the same amount of covering, force covering it isn't gonna mean more VUP. I mean, it could be more FOMO. Buying OTC stocks. If you guys want to clip things from the stream that you find funny, amusing, or enlightening, throw the timestamps up for the clip in the clips channel, and I'll get them added to the weekly clip compilation video. I don't really pay attention when you speak. I know you don't. Do you think RC spent too much time in GameStops and realized there's a huge opportunity for hygiene products amongst the customers and employees? The last... yeah. If you were a betting man, how much of the apple falls far from the tree RC tweet do you think relates to a GME Apple connection? GME connection to Apple earnings? I think 0. I agree. 18 years of data is expensive, Bucko. Trust me, I know. Fuck that. Maybe they just want to... Maybe they're just waiting for earnings to cover to use that as an excuse why GME ran. Sure. That doesn't sound like hopium at all. Nobody really wants to see your stuff twice. YouTube disagrees. Since rowing machine isn't getting used during stream, can you invest in a shake weight? No. I think I'm gonna try a new thing where I just ignore questions I've already answered. What if I do that? With the editors in the Louvre, I would not risk shake weighting on stream. That's probably true. I think the apple doesn't fall far from the tree as foreshadowing Cohen's BBBY buy-in. As in, BBBY is mega shorted like GME and part of the same ETF basket. Cool. Cat's staying spicy is what you mean. What are your thoughts on Russia and nickel? You kind of missed the boat on that one. Are you going to short nickel? Are you going to try to fade the peak? What if DRS numbers are ridiculous? Like 80% of the remaining float. I'd probably call my mother. They won't be. Don't worry. Sorry, Garrick, that YouTube counter is my bad. I used your clips to put my boys to sleep. It's fine. This is why you should... Is Nickelback? Sure, Girk. Ignore questions you've already answered, because fuck the pickles who can't watch the entire stream because they work hard for a living to lose on weeklies. Yeah. It's like that Dave Chappelle thing. Why? Because fuck him. That's why. You would drown in the tears of the poors. Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, they're going to cry about something. I'm paranoid I have gout and scurvy thanks to Garrick. Just don't do that. Can you describe internalization with an example of a fruit basket involving apples? Yeah, someone goes to the store and walks up to the produce section and grabs an apple, and then they go wait in line and approach the cashier. They put the apple down on the conveyor belt, and then a market maker runs by, grabs the apple, and shoves it up their ass and runs out of the store full speed. That's accurate. Three days later, that market maker returns to the store, squats in the middle of the produce section, and expels the apple onto the floor. It finally made sense for me. Clip. Is the floor of the lit market? I mean, unless the MM's shitting on the grocery store floor and the lights are out. Made fried chicken using sous vide. Cooked fully in the sous vide, then dunked in buttermilk, flour, straight into the fryer till crispy. Very good, and less time with chicken in the fryer, obviously. I'm about to find something out real quick here. Sorry, I got lost in looking up sea shanties for a second. Is this a BBBY stream now? Yeah. One of the two stocks is up this week. I got another. Your email address was found on the dark web. Cool. Apple announced something called an iPod. Could be something. Both Rocky and Jamie C was moving back to the low 90s, 80s range before a strong move to the upside. Thoughts? I've heard this before. It's possible. Pretty hard to push us below 97 though, without some other pressure. Like if the market drops, it's possible. You explain internalization as if it were the restroom at Taco Bell. No, I already did it. Both. Purchase puts on BBBY and announces buy-in. No, because he could just say it was a hedge for his long position. But if we hit the demand zone, we're always in the demand zone. Does your vape have any type of flavor? If so, what kind and why? No. It's flavorless. Can you explain short selling like a date with my mom? I could, but I don't think we want to go there. It involves human trafficking, and that's not cool. Is there a downside to saying I'm a securities pro on TD Ameritrade? Yeah, they'll charge you. There's no sea shanty ETF. Can you explain OPEX as if it were a pineapple pizza? Okay, fuck all of you guys. I'm too tired for this shit. If you need to ask that question, you probably need to answer. XRT short interest is stored up and down. Each time they close, then reshort XRT. As soon as GME is cash settled, each time they're not closing the XRT short. It's that the float of XRT gets bigger and smaller. And so the amount of short position held within it appears as a higher or lower number, depending on how many shares are available in the ETF. So if the float is low, SI goes up. If the float is high, down. That makes sense? Stop being lazy and play the Power Hour song. All right.
The skipper's in the wardroom drinking gin. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Well, I don't mind knocking, but he ain't going in. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. That Jimmy's laughing like it did rain. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. He's looking at me, copycats again. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. That chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. Dab toes forward and the dustman off. Sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Now get me the middle and the forenoon too. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. I'm pulling on a whaling crew.
I'm definitely demonetized. It's worth it.
Seagulls wheeling overhead. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. I ought to be humming me feather bed. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. Dab toes forward and the dustman off. Sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. I had a little girl in Donny B. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. I bet she make a fool of me. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Her heart was like a passer's shower. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Run hot, too cold in a quarter of an hour. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. Dab toes forward and the dustman off. Sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. We kissed goodbye on the midnight bus. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. She didn't cry and she didn't fuss. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Am I the one that she loves best? Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Or just a cuckoo in another man's nest? Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. Dab toes forward and the dustman off. Sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. An Amazon girl lived in Dumfries. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. She only had kids in her 2s and 3s. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. She's got a little sister in Mary Hill. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. She said she won't, but I think she will. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible.
It's not over.
Dab toes forward and the dustman off. Sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken
Thank you, Trina.
Hey-yo, chicken on a raft.
Very good. We did it. Thank you, Trina. And Shua. Oh, wait. Nope. That's too many. No more. Shua, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Sounds like the Wiggles. Unsub. See you later, Digital Good Time. It's been almost 12 months. I'm sad to see that that's the thing that did it, but so be it. What did we just listen to? Are you rowing to sea shanties, imagining you're a pirate? I mean, that's how I do all of my rowing workouts. Like, I was talking about sous videing fried chicken, and it just made me think of that song, and then I wanted to share it with everyone. I have a sous vide, and I only use it for steak. I don't think I've ever put anything else in it. And I still prefer reverse sear. This is just easier. Sign over stock dipping. Well, you know. Did you ever wring the sweat from your shirt and underwear after rowing and weigh it, possibly to buy a jar or two? Possible to buy a jar or two of this liquid, asking for a friend. Tell him no. Looking at historical data of XRT, shares short has increased by roughly 4 million, while shares outstanding has increased by roughly 2.25 million within a 27-day span. Have you ever considered releasing a video of your rowing while singing sea shanties? Your OnlyFans subscriber count would skyrocket, but then I'd get my bird trapped in the mechanism. No. Help cover your demonetization and apples. Thanks, Matt with 2 T's. I appreciate it. It'd be worse. There's people who buy farts in jars. I've heard. Heard if you sous vide your out printed DRS shares, you just can't crime them. Interesting. The next time people get all shilly and pissy for a red day, please play that song, Exuberance song. I feel like the feelings on it are mixed. My mistress refuses to buy GME because her husband thinks NFTs are a scam. Should I dump her? Probably. Just no, you know what? Tell her you love her so she leaves her husband. Do you have a Gamma Girl update for BBBY? No, I don't think Yelia did one. You can ask her. Any further thoughts on whether they have to let Jimmy run past a certain point before June to avoid putting us back into the Russell 2K? I think the Russell 2K finishes its like assessment in May or April. Well, you know, your chicken song killed my internet. That's awesome. When you say you'll get your bird caught in the mechanism, are you talking about me? Maybe? I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more chicken on a raft. It was a one-time deal. I don't want to listen to that twice. Where Stefan? He's otherwise occupied today. He's joined the Ukraine Foreign Legion. We had a photo of him somewhere. Uh, so in Stefan's case, literal weaponized autism. Maybe. Any price movement the rest of the week? Probably not anything significant. Tomorrow there's some big FTDs, I think, on the 9th and the 10th, but unless we have upward pressure, it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna affect much. New GIF in your inbox could be the catalyst. I've thought about that. You're already demonetized. People are asking for more chicken on a raft. I suggest chicken attack. If you don't see it yesterday, ask JFresh to show you the DD about NSCC liquidity test fails of 2021. Ultimate indications that a risky GME position was the cause every single time. What was the ticker of that ProShares crude ETF that you liked? Fuck. It was the 3X one. Uh, Oil U. OILU. Oh, here it is. It's Ukraine for Legion Stefan. You're upside down. Imagine Ken starts a YouTube finance job after losing his license to operate a hedge fund. I know it's Stefan, but he looks like a minion. I mean, pickles, minions, they're similar. Ugh. You mentioned on 318 stuff is due. Does that mean T plus X due or due on 318 due? So futures, where's the colors? Futures expire on the 18th, and XRT rebalancing occurs on the 18th. Along with quarterly options. These are T plus 2. XRT rebalance is T plus 3. Futures are T plus 2. You'd think they'd want to cover the XRT shit before then, though, because The ex-dividend date is before that, or on that day. XRT having 29 million shares short. Their weight has nothing to do with the shares that are short. Take notes. Did you draw that rifle off the dome, or did you look at a reference? This, I just drew it. I know what they look like. And it wasn't an AR-15. It was a, what's it called? A saw? Whatever the fucking, no. Maybe. How do you reverse the colors in WeBull? I feel like it would have a massive impact on my market performance. In the settings? How long have you been perm free? Not a year. SAR? Maybe that's it. Is that the one with the multiple barrels? Not 6 hour. Yeah, not a saw. It's, I'll look it up. Damn it. It's not that. I can't remember the name of it. No, not the M60. It's not a light machine gun. P90X. Figure it out. No, it's not the SAR 21 because that's a bullpup. God damn it. I can't think of the name of it. It's irrelevant. It's not saw. I know what a saw is. It's been too long since I've played Call of Duty. No, this Steer AUG is a bullpup too. Scar? I think that might be it. Is that the one with the interchangeable barrels? That's the one I was thinking of. Shares outstanding are now 6.1 million, up from 2 million 27 days ago. They were at 2 million yesterday, dude. SPY and Apple are just the same chart today. They're the same chart most days. All right, I'm done with this conversation. Price do you expect Jimmy to go to if market crash? I don't know, $20. If you look at the IRNT chart, is there a defined cup and handle from December 15th to now? It's a bit short. Well, it's okay. Where is it? The problem with IRNT is that they can just fucking release more shares. Yeah, that's a cup and handle. Except, well, not really, because this isn't an upper test. This is just a dip. So it can break out and move to the upside off of this bounce. Maybe back up to like the $8 range. But they will release more shares. Thoughts on wearing bandanas unironically? Seems cool. You should try it. Why is SPY inverse VXX? Volatility is inverse price. My 110s are safe. That might not be true. No problem, man. Can't wait to not have to put my car into inverse forward. Prediction on earnings price movement. If there's no news, are we testing lower or is it different now because we didn't run before? Prediction on earnings price movement. If there's no news, I have no idea. I don't expect earnings to influence the price of the stock that much. At least not by itself, unless something big is said or we significantly beat estimates. Can VIX and SPY not both go up? No, being long equities is essentially the same as being short volatility. The VIX goes up, the SPY goes down. Is MOASS a dream, or where do you see GME value going forward? It's not a dream. I think a short squeeze is still possible on GameStop. It's just takes a lot to make it happen. Pick up cat calls again? Did I fill? I haven't filled yet. I might. VIX down, Dix up. That's the way we go up. Doing a VIX squeeze, can't both SPY and VIX go up? No, if you look at like Volmageddon, for instance, the last time the VIX squoze, the SPY tanked. That was in 2018. Yeah, so I can clarify. If there's no significant beat or miss, and there's no market announcement, given that we have gotten destroyed every earnings ever, it might get rough or no. I mean, they'll probably short it, but it's earnings. No one knows what's going to happen. No one ever knows what's going to happen at an earnings, unless you have inside information. It's just a crapshoot. So you could assume that they'll short the shit out of it, but maybe they won't. Maybe it'll run. Maybe we'll beat. Who knows? I think GameStop could definitely go above 200 gaff. Way, especially if there was a gamma squeeze or another Volga-Vana squeeze, it would do the same thing it did before, minus FTDs. How will you play earnings? I'm probably gonna sell calls into the IV spike. I'll buy some shorter term calls and then use the sold calls to hedge the IV crush. What would it take for earnings to get institutions to pile in? Guidance. Lots of it, which RC has already said he's not very interested in doing. Expecting more ups from Cat this week. I'm not really concerned with what Cat does this week. I expect it to go up more, yeah. I expect its current trend to continue. But it may not do it this week. It may take some time. All of my calls for Cat are in April and June, so it can move quick, but it's generally fairly slow. And it can bog down at price points for quite some time. Cody needs to do one of the old Steve Jobs type of presentations. I don't care. I'm going to hedge them. I'll just sell them like at the money, right? Or slightly out of the money. See you later, DV. Thanks for informing me on your schedule. When is SLD? It starts next Wednesday, right? Citadel hired Houdini to make OPEX disappear. It hasn't disappeared. Not yet, at least. So TDA for paper trading, hate the interface. Anything else? Tasty trade, which you'll probably hate even more. Or Tasty works, rather. I'm not sure if Schwab has paper trading. It might. You're not going to find any brokerages that have good paper trading that also look good. Posted a graph in Quantcord. What's this one? Percent change in shares outstanding over time for XRT and IWM paired. Second graph is measuring daily flow. XRT. There don't seem to be a lot of outliers besides XRT in February of last year and in December of this year. This IWM in, what is that, March of 2020? IWM just spiked pretty hard here. Jesus Christ. Why are they hammering IWM so hard? See, that's the flow percent change is nuts. Picked up so much in November. Interesting. Huh. Well, SLD moved this March? I guess not. I don't know. I think the deposits are the same, but the settlement's slightly different. They're just charts. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at here, because Turd just sends me charts with very little context. What do you see in there, Turd? Is there some correlation between these? Why do you not like trading options on Schwab? I do. I do trade options on Schwab. I don't like trading options on Fidelity and Vanguard because their platforms suck. He does that in Discord as well. Yeah, that's like kind of his thing. The CC play for GME earnings would be to sell the calls immediately the morning after earnings when IV is spiked the highest. There's IV pre-spike. Spikes into earnings and then crushes after. So the idea is that you would sell calls moving into earnings and then you would buy them back the day after when IV is low. It may grind your gears, Stefan, but you'll never be allowed in. It's just not gonna happen. So there's all that juicy data and there's pictures of Jay Fresh's ween, and you'll never have access. So the originator of the ETF just won't sell anymore. Yeah. Bull flag on the 15-minute or nah? It's kind of just a head and shoulders, right? And then broke down. This didn't. Really not much else there. So what are we thinking for the rest of the week? We have FTDs tomorrow and the following day. That's about it. Could the SPY drop below 400? I mean, it's possible, yeah. This assumes a share price flat or declining, right? Yeah, it does. But I said I'd be hedging them with calls. So if the price went up, I could just sell a call and buy back my covered call. So if we're trading like say like 105 into earnings, I can sell a covered call at like 110 and then buy, or 115 and then buy like a 110 weekly or something. And then if the price goes up, I can sell this to cover this. Yeah, entropy is still high. I think they will roll futures. They might. I mean, they only have 2 days to do it, though. GG. Ding ding. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Closing price for GME 103.01. Have a good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Chinese Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.